both Irvine and Palm Springs, actually. But I think I can really contribute and help move projects along. Like, I think I contributed a lot, for example, to the rewriting of the downtown zoning ordinance. There were some problems with the old ordinance that I don't know if anybody was on it. Lisa, were you involved with that much with the rewrite of the downtown plan when the zoning came back? I think it was maybe even before you were on the council, maybe when you were on the commission.
Downtown was before me.
Okay. Well, that was a major effort. And I think we working with the rest of the commissioners, we came up with some recommendations that kind of changed the scope of downtown and helped make it a project that people could better accept. That's the type of thing I like to do. Let's see, what else did I put in my notes here? Basically, just to use whatever talents that I have, and I think they're in that area, on behalf of the city.
Right. Lynn, is there anything you would like to add in closing?
I have a bunch of questions, which I don't think we want to discuss today, but a bunch of questions of how the general plan work is going. And some things that seem to be happening there, and I don't completely, as a member of the general plan steering committee, I'd like to get some feedback of what's happening there. Another issue I'm very concerned about is affordable housing and how we find sites that could better accommodate affordable housing. One of the best ways that I think we can do that without involving a lot of capital is to build on what cities like LA is doing is in the ADU area. We've got a lot of people with big houses and some land that could provide rather inexpensive rental property and income for people as they age. And I was reading that LA is developing a set of standard plans for ADUs that if you meet, if everybody knows what ADUs mean, accessory development unit, and that's where you can add on like what used to be called a granny flat to your house. That's probably politically incorrect these days, but it provides a source of housing, and a lot of people can be housed in kind of semi-informal housing like that. And I think if we could look at that process and find ways to expedite it, we'd be both adding our to the income of our citizens, making more efficient use of the housing stock that we have, and providing a new source of housing. And I could go on forever. One other thing, I don't know if the council is looking at, but really should be looking at high-speed internet access. You've got a lot of people that's obviously sitting here working at home, and that trend is going to continue. And that's where I think you're going to see a lot of employment growth in Palm Springs as people want to live here. And since a lot of them are going to be freed from their desk jobs, and if they have to be in the Silicon Valley or wherever, they can actually live and work in Palm Springs. I did that for several years, actually. When I finished up my work at SFO, I worked at the airport the last 2 years from down here. Knew the importance of good internet access. I think that's a few topics that I think we're go over. Any other questions that people have for me? You've got a tough choice ahead of you. Seems like it'd be old-time reunion days at Planning Commission.
And again, thank you for offering to step up, and thank you for all of the service you've given to Palm Springs.
Thank you, Lisa. And I really appreciate being able to do that. I really appreciate the city allowing me that to give that service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Should I just close the leave, I guess? I should press the leave button, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The next candidate is Scott Miller, and I'll admit him now. Hi, Scott. Can you hear us okay?
I can, yes.
And we can hear you. Great.
Oh, good. Good to see you.
Scott, it's very good to see you, and I get to welcome you on behalf of the City Council to this. We have about 15 minutes. We've got a few pattern questions, and we will provide you with time to add anything that you would like to add to it.
Okay.
Before we get started, I simply want to say thank you for being willing to step up and serve the city of Palm Springs. It is very important to us that we have individuals like yourself willing to serve.
Thank you.
And with that, I'll give it to Councilmember Woods to ask the first question.
Thanks again for applying and for caring about our city. We appreciate that. So the first question is, what do you think the fundamental role of the Planning Commission is?
The fundamental role of the Planning Commission is to review development applications as laid out in the Planning Code based on the authority given to the Planning Commission, and provide direction also to the City Council on various development permits that meet a certain threshold, as well as to give advice and direction on code amendments that are proposed or needed, perhaps to move development along or to deal with issues that have arisen as the city continues along its development process. Specifically, general plan amendments are within the review purview of the Planning Commission, providing guidance and recommendation to the City Council. There are a number of specific applications where the Planning Commission has authority to make decisions that would then be potentially appealable to the City Council, of course. I know, I don't want to get ahead of myself on what might be a future question, but I know there's some code amendments that are in process now that I can speak to at the appropriate time.
Thank you.
Scott, as you look at the Planning Commission today and watch what has happened over the last few years, what are the perspectives that you feel are needed, and what are areas where the Planning Commission can improve?
Well, I think that, you know, I can't say that I've watched every single meeting, certainly over the last 3.5 years that I've been here in Palm Springs full time. But I would say that there needs to be a willingness by each planning commissioner, and I'm not saying that this isn't existing now to a great extent, but there needs to be a willingness to provide some very hard opinions sometimes, hopefully backed up with experience, whether it be in development from the private sector or in public sector development review, and to provide sometimes difficult comments, difficult direction. And sometimes that direction is to the applicant. Sometimes that direction is to staff. Sometimes that direction or guidance or consolation, as the case may be, is to representatives of the community that have real issues and real concerns, and trying to work through those concerns and find a sort of a happy median, so to speak, where all parties can be relatively content leaving the table, so to speak. You know, I don't want to criticize the commission. I think I've been surprised at how professional, I shouldn't say I should be surprised, but I've been happily encouraged to see the professionalism that the commission displays. They really, I think, pick on a lot of the issues that I would have, sitting back and watching it from home or wherever, and I say, I think that's great, and I'm really happily surprised that they do. They make a lot of tough decisions, and I'm always encouraged by what I see going forward as I do watch the meetings.
All right. Councilmember Garner.
Hi, Scott. Thank you. My question is if you can just give us some more information about your experience and how that experience will add to the Planning Commission.
Okay, so my educational background is primarily in landscape architecture, but right out of school back in the 80s, I went into the planning field and was in more of a site planning role for Palm Beach County when I first left school. And then I worked my way through the city of Fort Lauderdale, becoming the development review coordinator for Fort Lauderdale, guiding that city through its time of turmoil when they were killing the spring break crowd back in the late 80s and early 90s. And then I moved in 2000 out to the Bay Area and worked for the city of Oakland for 17 years. And I worked my way up to become the zoning manager of the city of Oakland, which had about 400,000 people at the time. And as part of the zoning director's role, I essentially was the staff liaison to the Planning Commission in Oakland and oversaw the processes of development permits that staff worked through, as well as those that went to the Planning Commission for decision or recommendation onto the City Council. As that role with the Planning Commission in Oakland, I was sitting there in essence in a similar position to what Flynn Fagg sits on, and the direction that he has to provide to the Planning Commission. So I've got a lot of experience in dealing with various types of development applications, whether it be simple variance applications or complex, several hundred unit residential projects that are working their way through the process in Oakland. I was the sort of the lead staff person working those projects through that process and dealing with the neighbors and the issues that come up as part of that process, working on solutions to make it a better project, to reduce or eliminate negative concerns that perhaps the neighbors might have had, and then just working through general community concerns that come up from time to time through the development process.
Thank you. Next question is going to come from Mayor Holstich.
Hi, thanks for joining us.
Hello.
Our final question is, why do you want to serve on the Planning Commission?
I would like to serve on the Planning Commission because I think I could put my 32 years of experience to work and provide a positive reinforcement to what's already going on in Palm Springs. I want to be more of a part of the community that my husband and I have chosen to live in for the last 4 years, and we have no intention of moving anytime soon. And I really feel that my experience could, and my perspective could be a benefit to the city of Palm Springs. And I'd like to sort of put my 2 cents in as one of the 7 planning commissioners, so to speak.
Thank you. Scott, is there anything you would like to add or anything you would like to ask us?
Well, I know that there's work underway right now at the direction of the City Council for permit streamlining. And I did review some meetings from February and March where that was under discussion by the Planning Commission. And I know that'll be working its way through the Planning Commission and then on to City Council. So I'm excited to see that. We in Oakland did some significant permit streamlining back in the mid 2000 teens, I'd say 2013, 14, 15, to deal with a number of issues that had arisen, and in an attempt to provide appropriate guidance, yet to smooth out the process, so to speak, so that developers weren't saddled with redundant processes or sort of an overreach of authority when it really wasn't necessary. So I'm excited to see that, and I'm going to look forward, whether I'm on the commission or not, to see that process work its way through. I think at a previous interview, I mentioned I wish we were seeing more mixed use, true mixed use development here in Palm Springs, where you really have that retail or restaurant storefront on the bottom layer, and then you've got, whether it's 1, 2, or 3 layers of residential housing above. I really think there are some opportunities for that. I don't pretend to know why the market isn't driving Palm Springs that way, which I would have hoped. I know there's a project up on North Palm Canyon that went through a design session, I believe, in the last month or two, near the coffee in North Palm Canyon at Chino Drive. And I think from what I can see on that, that's a project that's being proposed below density, below the required minimum density. And that was frustrating to hear that. And I know the solution that's being proposed perhaps is to reduce the density required by going through a general plan amendment. And that site just seems like a lost opportunity for true mixed use, where you don't have 2 residential units above the stores facing Palm Canyon, which is what their solution is, but you really see significant number of residential units lined up on the second story facing Palm Canyon. So that's some of the frustrating things that I see. And again, one commissioner only has so much influence. I understand that, but that was, I think, a lost opportunity as I watched the early stages of that project coming to the Planning Commission. And I know it's not done, and there's a lot more to go on that. But I think that that kind of development is what I would like to see, and I would like to be a part of trying to find ways to incentivize developers or, really encourage them to push to what the general plan calls for, because it was those limitations and those minimums were put in for a reason. And that site, which is just above Alejo, is just a prime example of where mixed use should be able to work if we really expect it to in Palm Springs. With that, affordable housing is a big issue. I know the city is about to embark on its housing element amendment for the next cycle. And I know the numbers, the RHNA numbers are really high, and there's a big bar to meet in that regard. I don't know if there's been any discussion at city level about requiring private developers to provide affordable housing. I know that's an issue that scares a lot of people away, but I think that's something that perhaps needs to be looked at closer moving forward if we're going to try to meet our numbers. With that, I think, no, I'm looking forward to the opportunity to really be seriously considered for an opening on the Planning Commission.
All right. Scott, again, thank you for your interest. Thank you for your willingness to serve. We truly appreciate it. And I believe we're also going to get a chance to talk to you in a few minutes.
At 4:00, yes. Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to interview for Planning Commission.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. The next one is Doug Hudson, and I will add him to the meeting now.
Doug, welcome. It is good to see you again. We hope you are well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I miss you.
We miss you as well. We've got a few questions, pattern questions to ask you. We've got 15 minutes. We'll give you some time to talk about any issues that you want to talk about. But first and foremost, thank you for all of the years that you have already served the city of Palm Springs and for your willingness to come back and do it again. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Woods for the first question.
Hey, Doug, it's good seeing you again. Thanks.
Hi, Dennis. Good to see you.
The first question is, what do you think the fundamental role of the Planning Commission is?
Gosh, that's a good one. It's such a complicated, broad range of activities. I like to think of the Planning Commission basically as somewhat of the caretaker of the character of the city, preserving what is good, but at the same time looking ahead and planning literally for the future. So whether it's reviewing, obviously, projected or proposed projects coming in, or looking at the city's general plan as we're doing now, so we can see what we can do better. It's a whole broad variety of things. The built environment, obviously, conditional use permits, how the city is utilized, occupied, all those things that affect the quality of life.
Thank you.
All right. Doug, as you've watched the Planning Commission over a number of years and participated on the Planning Commission, what are the perspectives you think are needed now on the Planning Commission? What are the areas where you feel we can do better?
In terms of topics, you mean, or anything? Okay.
It's open-ended.
Okay. Actually, Lisa, I think that's obviously preparing for this interview, I've been thinking a lot about what I've observed over the years, what I think is done well in the city, and what perhaps could be done, how I should say this, better. I always say we have a really amazing stock of people in this city, both at the city staff level and the citizens. I think there's a real wealth of opportunity for tapping into people's experiences. But to answer your question more specifically, I think one thing, especially, I know you and I went through a lot of this together, but the downtown project, the Westman and now the Grit project, obviously a very big project, very complicated. The specific plan I need to bring up, I think, and call that out. I think the specific plan was very, it was a document that allowed the developer pretty much to do anything. I think the maximum square footage was unrealistic. I think the height limits were ill-informed. But I think between that project taught me a lot, basically. And I guess the message or the answer to your question is, I think we need to ask more of developers coming into this city, both developers that have been here for some time and know the city, know the community. But I think more importantly, developers coming from outside the city, of which there are many. But I think in the past, to be blunt, I think the city has sold itself short in terms of some of these projects, some of these development projects. I think we need to ask for more, whether it's public benefit, whether it's more creativity in terms of uses, whether it's more of a, how can I say this, not a demand, but more of a policy regarding housing, so that we have more of a balance of housing types. I think we really need to diversify more our housing stock, especially what is being built now. Obviously, there's a preponderance of fairly high-end condominium projects, which is great. I mean, the market is certainly there. But I think we need to look more broadly at other projects which will allow much more diversity in terms of income levels, age levels, capability of residents. That's one of my hopes for the city, is that we become, I mean, we talk the talk, but I would hope we become even more diverse.
Okay, great. Thank you. Next question is from Council Member Garner.
Hi, Doug.
Hi, Grace.
It's good to see you. Can you tell us a bit about your experience and how your particular experience adds value to our Planning Commission?
Sure. My background, obviously, is in architecture. I practiced architecture in Los Angeles for more years than I care to admit, but basically a 40-year career. And my expertise was in very large, very complicated projects. Basically university campuses, hospitals, research laboratories. And I guess my point is that I've mentioned this before in meetings, especially in terms of getting back to the downtown project. Size and very complicated projects don't faze me. Likewise, in my professional career, I was director of design for a very large architectural practice. So I got used to basically working with teams of people, both my own staff, with clients, with consultants, and I pride myself that I'm able to work well with other people and come to a consensus. It's too easy, especially now, I think, to get polarized and sort of dig in our heels. And my position is I like to get a lot of input, understand a project or a situation completely before I make up my mind and render a judgment. So I think that's basically what I bring to the table, is obviously an expertise in architecture, but I think more importantly, a capability or a talent in terms of working as a team.
The next question was supposed to come from Mayor Holstage, but she stepped away for a second. Jeff, can you?
I'm here. I'm sorry. I just want to for a second. I'm sorry. I have to feed my baby while doing this. Can you please let us know? Our final question is, why do you want to serve on the Planning Commission?
Well, I have a long history of it, and obviously I've had a couple of years off here, and I miss it. I think it's a way for me to really contribute to my city. As we were just talking about, I think my experience would be a benefit to the city. Obviously, I know the city staff, I know the various other planning commissioners. I think most basically, Mayor Holstage, I just want to give back to the community again and feel like I'm making a difference.
Wonderful. Doug, that's wonderful. Are there things that you would like to add at this point, or?
Not really. I think you had the question about what I would like to see, and I mentioned the specific plan for the downtown project. But that sort of brought to mind, I looked it up. In 2005, there was a downtown urban design plan formulated. And as far as I know, that hasn't been updated, or I think it's time perhaps that we look into that. The thought being that, we're reaching the point where we're sort of filling in a lot of the open space in our city, but one can imagine a lot more development and many more projects coming down the line. Vis-a-vis the downtown, it's always been a challenge that we have such a long downtown, from north to south. And I think a revisit of the urban design plan for downtown would be time well spent right now.
Great. Jag, again, thank you for everything you've done for the city, for all of us individually, and for your willingness to serve again.
Thank you, Lisa. And I would say thank you to the council members as well for your hard work. I know it's not easy. Take
Thanks,
care.
Doug.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Unknown caller.
A quick question. Are we moving into non-planning commission interviews? I'm going to step off and Anthony, you'll call me when we get back to that. Thank you.
Hey, Dick.
Hey there. Hi.
Nice to see you.
Thank you. Same here.
Dick, how are you? How are you doing today?
I'm great. I'm so excited about these interviews. This is cool.
We've been asking some pattern questions, and I would think we can use the same formula for as we move forward. Dick, just a heads up, we are on a live camera.
Okay.
So, and is there anything you would like to say to us as your experience as chair that regarding things that you feel is needed on the Historic Site Preservation Board?
Right. Yes. First of all, I think what's important is to have a mix of backgrounds for the board because there's different perspectives based upon one's experience. I also think it's extremely important for whoever is being interviewed to have experienced Palm Springs and understands its eclectic nature of architectural style here, because it's quite varied, which is something I think we're all very proud of. And sometimes we get just sort of in a niche by many people that we're just nothing but mid-century, but we really are much more than that. The other thing I would like to mention is I think you might be aware, but that come June, just in a couple of months, there are two members who one will be terming out. That's Linda Dixon. And the other one is Catherine Huff. And I know that she's very interested in reapplying for a second term. And I just want to say about Catherine is she's the vice chair now. So I've been working with her, as well as she's been an amazing right hand on, I would call her almost the co-chair of this year's HSBB event, which will be going live April 24th. So you'll be hearing a lot about that very soon. So I think that's sort of, I think, you know, to have that variety is just really, really key. And particularly if there is somebody that has a architectural understanding. This often comes up in our meetings where there are particular details. And even though I'm an interior designer, I'm talking about things that deal with structure in particular. So, and I know we have a couple of applicants that have some relationship and some background in that realm. So their backgrounds, I think we've got some pretty solid people here this year which I'm really delighted about, that I think would add, and I'm very passionate about this because, after all these years, I want to be sure I pass the baton on to, and that we have a good solid team. But there's also has to be people who have a balance, because we can get so steeped, including myself sometimes, in a one-way track. And sometimes preservation has to be also balanced with practicality. And I know I've seen this quite a bit, and as I've learned over the time. So sometimes I know some people are so purist, and I'm not saying I'm not. I'm a purist moderate, or moderate purist. There just are times when that happens. So that's pretty much it.
Dick, that's great help. Thank you so much. And if we would be remiss if we did not thank you for all of the work that you have done.
Thank you.
And if anyone has shown us that balance of preservation and practicality, I think you have. So thank you.
Right. And I certainly don't envy your position sometimes. I'll tell you that. It's like, I get it.
Madam Mayor and Council, we do have Chris Bell in the waiting room. If we're ready, I'll admit him now.
Chris, welcome. On behalf of the City Council, we want to thank you for your willingness to serve our city. It's truly important and truly appreciated. We're going to have about 15 minutes to go through some pattern questions. We will definitely give you an opportunity to add anything that you would like to add during the course of this. And again, thank you for your willingness to serve. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Woods for the first question.
Thank you. Thank you again, Chris. The first one is, what do you think the fundamental role of the HSPB is?
Let me try to be concise. I think obviously we've got a great wealth of historic buildings in this town, known for a mid-century. So I think, helping be stewards of that architectural wealth within reason, kind of trying to look at all the different things that the city has to contend with and deal with. But I think it's pretty obvious with Modernism Week, and I happen to be a realtor, that there's an incredible amount of value in the existing built environment here. So just being good stewards of that, and making sure that we don't lose buildings and that we save what we've got, I guess, for posterity, and to continue the economic value from it.
Chris, as you've observed the Historic Site Preservation Board in action and their work, what are the areas where you think there are perspectives that need to be added? What are areas where you believe we can do better?
Okay, let me think about that. I have been to many meetings for various reasons of interest. I think that it's really crucial that we continue to save what we have that isn't designated historically. And I think that, like I sort of touched on before, we need to have a wide view of how each of these individual buildings may affect the city economically. Cities are run like businesses, obviously, so that has to be taken into account. Even though I'm a lover of architecture and studied architecture, I understand that the big picture, if we pull out from being kind of micro-focused, is running the city in a way that's best for the most people. But again, we do have a large amount of buildings here that are tourist attractions, and we need to preserve that and expand on that.
Okay. And next question is from Councilmember Garner.
Cool.
Hi, Chris.
Hi there.
Thank you. Can you share with us a bit more of your experience and how that would add to the commission?
Well, like I said, I studied architecture for 3 years in college. So in a sense, I'm kind of a frustrated architect, but I went on to become a real estate agent 20 years ago. And I've always been interested in historic preservation. I lived in Phoenix before I moved back to California here in 2011. My family is from here. I was actually born in Palm Springs, but I think that my experience just would be another person who understands the importance of keeping what we have, and maybe looking at ways in sort of a more entrepreneurial way to, grow and use the architecture that we have here to benefit everybody. I mean, I don't know exactly how that works and if that's really even the purview of the board, but something like the Racket Club, maybe helping developers along with something like that, with some sort of a tax or something like that that benefits the city as a whole. Because obviously we're moving into a time where the mid-century architecture here is becoming very expensive. I've noticed as a realtor, and it would be great if that translated into some money for city services and things like that. So I keep my business hat on always, even though I am obviously a preservationist at heart.
And Mayor Holstridge.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I'm going to choose a question from HSPB that was provided to us, if I can, for the council, and then kick over our final question to Councilmember Corse, if that works for the council. So what are some ways that a community like Palm Springs can balance the pressures for redevelopment with the desire to preserve parts of its history?
That's a great question. I would go to a proposal that came out when they were working on getting the Town and Country Center its historic designation. Someone had come up with a plan to redevelop some of the buildings right adjacent to it into a hotel, which would have people staying in it that would feed right into the restaurants and things like that. I'm a huge fan of saving some of the old and adding new. So it doesn't always have to be just preservation for the sake of keeping a building pristine. I think that there are ways to integrate it with new stuff. Obviously, Palm Springs is hot, and obviously there's pressure for it to kind of grow up because it can't really grow out. And I don't know, having lived in Phoenix before and being involved in some preservation stuff there are a couple of examples where pieces of architecture were saved and other stuff was built around it. And I think that that's something that Palm Springs can do. The Town and Country Center is, again, a good example because it's right smack dab in the middle of downtown. And so there are buildings that are maybe of lesser value or not relevant in the same way as the Town and Country that can be taken down, and housing or more, it seems like there's a never ending need for hotel rooms here. So, I'd be interested in that.
And we'll move to Councilmember Corse.
Great. And thank you for applying and joining us. So this one's sort of more open-ended, but why exactly do you want to serve on HSPB?
Well, the long and short of it, my family's been here since the 40s. I was born here. I moved back here full time in 2011. I very quickly plugged in with Modernism Week, both for pleasure and for, helping out where I can on the fringes. I've owned a couple of historically designated properties here. And, I've always wanted to be involved in the city in a little bit deeper way than just being a realtor and, kind of like tooting Palm Springs' horn. So this seemed like the first good step to get into, my own personal track to be more of a part of helping the city out.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
And we appreciate that.
Chris, is there anything you would like to add or ask of us?
I don't think I have anything to ask of you guys. I would just say that, I'm really excited at the prospect of getting to be on the board. And like I said earlier, I would really try to balance my sort of entrepreneurial chops with my love of preservation, because I do understand that, cities are essentially a business. So it's not just about turning this town into a museum. It's about saving what we have for the greater good and for the greater economic value of the city. And I have lots of ideas on that. So.
Right. Chris, again, thank you for your willingness to serve. It is truly appreciated.
Great. Well, I look forward to hearing back from you all. Thank you.
Okay, the next person is Stephen Keelan, and I'll add him to the room now. Stephen, can you hear us okay?
I do. Can you hear me?
Yes. Just so you know, we don't see your video, but if you don't have one, that's okay.
No, I can. Let's. 1 second. There.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, I hand it off to you.
All right, thank you. Stephen, welcome, and thank you for your willingness to serve our city. We truly appreciate that willingness to serve. We've got about 15 minutes for some pattern questions, and we will open it up for you to add anything that you would like to add to make sure we cover everything for you.
Okay.
And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Woods to ask the first question.
Hi, Stephen. Thank you again. What do you think the fundamental role of the HSPB is?
Well, I think the fundamental role is to review Class 1 nominations that are brought forward. And also if there are, sometimes there are sort of fire alarms that go out about a site or structure that might be endangered, and to offer guidance about that. But it's really to review the nominations that come forward and to have a discussion on the merits of it or any sort of problems with it, and then make a recommendation to City Council, which then acts on it.
All right. Stephen, as you've observed the Historic Site Preservation Board over the last few years, what are the perspectives that you believe are needed? What are areas where you believe we can do better?
So what is needed? I think in the years, I've been here 5 years now, and I applied, I think, in 2017. But Dick was running it for the one position, and luckily he got it. So I think that there's been such great background and knowledge that has come, that I've seen, witnessed in the debates and the discussions, and I think more of that is great. I think that there's still work that can be done. There's the citywide survey is out there, but there's things that weren't recognized for that. And I think something that HSPB might do is consider some sort of online tool where people could nominate resources they think might be historic. When I lived in Los Angeles, the Getty started Survey LA, and they created an online tool where you could put in an address and tell everything you knew about it. And then that would be reviewed, and depending on the outcome, that resource would be added to what should be a living document, that survey. So I think that's something important that might be considered.
Thank you. Next question is from Councilmember Garner.
Hi, Stephen.
Hi.
Can you tell us a bit about your experience and background and how that would add to our commission?
So I am primarily a landscape historian. So I consider myself now an architectural historian. I've written 2 books about architects who worked in Palm Springs, Herbert Burns and Hugh Capter. I've written multiple nominations that have gone before HSPB. Since I moved here in 2016, I'm now vice president of the Palm Springs Preservation Foundation, and I'm the editor of a journal called Eden, which is the journal of the California Garden and Landscape History Society. It's a quarterly journal that we put out. I've been involved and interested in historic preservation and architecture, and a focus on landscape architecture, which I think is often missing from the conversation. And I'm happy to see that more and more in Palm Springs that's being recognized. I think those are the things that I would bring, qualities that I might bring to Historic Site Preservation Board.
Great. And next question from Mayor Holstich.
Thank you for being here. The next question is, what are ways that a community like Palm Springs can balance redevelopment with the desire for preservation?
Well, I think how can you better do that? I think, having something as a class 1 doesn't preserve it in amber just exactly as it is. I think, there are often times where I think a good example that I saw recently, I'm not sure the status, but like the Cork and Bottle, one of the storefronts on Palm Canyon, rather than demolish it, the developer worked with, I guess, the city and came up with a plan to incorporate that into the new project. So there are ways of preserving the important parts of the historic character, like the Orchid Tree Inn, and if that goes forward, would be another example where you can strike a balance between, making a new development that will benefit the whole city, but also preserve something that may be an important part of our past. Tell that story too.
All right. And last question from Councilmember Course.
Thank you. Hi, Stephen.
Hi.
So just sort of, why do you want to serve? What do you hope you will accomplish if you're on the board?
Well, when I applied 4 or 5 years ago, I wanted to really understand how it works in Palm Springs. I had been involved in Los Angeles with historic preservation to some extent, and I wanted to serve to really get to know the city and the community better, the history of Palm Springs better. In the 4 years since I've initially applied, I've made some progress there. But I think it's an important thing to give back to your community. And I think that I have some qualities that might serve the community, in historic preservation and in doing this kind of work. And so that's really why I want to serve.
Great, thank you.
Stephen, are there things that you would like to add, questions that you would like to ask us?
I do have a couple of questions. I know that Eric Rosenau from Palm Springs Preservation Foundation currently serves, and I don't know whether that is some sort of conflict or something that you might consider negative to have 2 people from the same board serving on the Historic Site Preservation Board. So that's something you might consider. I don't know. I also write Class 1 nominations frequently, and I have several that I'm working on that will be coming up. So I assume I'd have to recuse myself from those votes. But would I be allowed to sort of step away from the board at the moment when you come and defend your nomination or answer questions about a nomination? And so that's a question. So those are 2 questions that I would have.
Anthony, would you mind answering those questions on behalf of?
Yeah. So I would suggest that if the council's interested in appointing you, that we meet with the city attorney, and then we'll discuss when you do need to recuse and when it's you might want to just abstain versus recusal. Maybe it's not a legal requirement depending on the situation.
Okay.
And to the best of my knowledge, the relationship of Mr. Rosenau and yourself being on the same board is not a conflict. I think we've had that previously.
May I ask how many openings there are for this round?
We have 2 vacancies.
Okay.
And Mr. Burkett is the only incumbent, but he's not eligible for reappointment.
And how many people have applied? Does that tell me that?
Sure. This interview, we're doing 6 interviews.
Okay. And this isn't about me, but somebody that I worked with in Los Angeles, Janet Hansen, I heard that she may be applying. If she is, she's the most qualified, way more than me. So just I would give her my vote of approval that she's really best. So that's all.
Stephen, that's a very generous thing for you to say, and we appreciate that. And we very much appreciate your willingness to serve our city.
I don't think I have any other questions.
Thank you for all of your work and for your time here today. We appreciate what you've done for the
Same
city.
to all of you. Thank you.
It's always fun, Stephen, reading your nominations for Class 1 structures.
Thank you. Anything else?
Nope, Mr. Kilon, I'm going to, unless you want to remove, that will conclude this interview.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks. Mayor and Council, the next interview is at 3:30 with J.R. Roberts. I don't know if you want to take a 10-minute recess, Madam Mayor.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Need to prepare.
I'll leave now and come back.
All right.
Yeah, Mr. Burkett, I'll give you a call, or you can rejoin around 3:45.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
See you then.
Thank you. We'll recess for 10 minutes. Sure. And before that, for the decision.
I'll bring in JR now.
Thank you.
Wait, if you could call the meeting to order.
Mayor Pro Tem's job. This is her meeting.
On behalf of the City Council, I called back into order the March 22nd special City Council meeting. There he is. Look at it. JR, welcome. It is so good to see you.
Your audio should now be connected.
JR, can you hear us?
I can. I can't see you. Hold on. There you are. Hi. I can see you.
It is.
Hi.
It is wonderful to see you again.
It's great to see you as well.
So, as tempted as I am to start this off by asking the question the way you always ask it, we're going to change the order around and let Councilmember Woods start us off with the first question.
Okay. Oh my God. Would that be funny to use my own line against me?
Appropriate, maybe.
Hi, JR. Thank you. The first question.
Hey, Dennis, there you are. Okay. So we're not doing Zoom. We're doing individual. Is that what we do?
It's probably on your setup how you do it. There's a.
Yeah.
You can do it like a checkerboard look, or you can go to the.
Yeah. Let me see what I got here. I'm not as.
The upper right-hand corner. The upper right-hand corner should say View, and I think you want it on Gallery View.
Yeah, I'm not getting that. Let's see. Switch to Gallery View. There you all are. Hi, guys.
Great. It's good that we're all together now. So the first
we are. Excellent.
What do you think the fundamental role of the Planning Commission is?
I really think that the fundamental role of the Planning Commission is to join Jeff Kors in Hawaii or wherever he is right now. I guess you can hear me, but his background's cracking me up. Anyway, sorry, realizing that we're really short on time. I think that the core reason for the Planning Commission is to make sure that our city is growing and changing in ways that make sense for who we are today. Palm Springs has gone through many iterations in its lifetime, and it's changed dramatically in terms of who lives here and who's coming here. So I think that our job is to make sure that as we grow, change, and develop, that we are growing and changing for new demographics. To me, that means right now, more than anything, creating affordable housing, finding ways to have young people come, families, be able to come and afford to live here, especially at a time right now with spiraling real estate values. I think we have to be more cognizant of how to be creative with developers to inspire, and I could think of some other words, but help them help us by coming up with the affordability that we need in our community, so we're not just rich retirees, but we embrace the families that want to live here.
Thank you.
Thanks, JR. As you look at the Planning Commission today and in the past number of years, what are the perspectives that you feel are needed now? What are the things that you believe the Planning Commission can do better?
You know, I think what I like to see is better urban planning, longer term thinking. I think that's what I can bring, not only because of my background, but because of understanding the community and having done this job before, and of course serving with the City Council and understanding the goals of our community. What we can do better, I think I've already stated it. We need to get a lot better at creating the affordability that we need more than ever. And that, of course, goes hand in hand with urban planning in general. We still have undeveloped land here. There are opportunities. Developers are building like crazy. There's no affordability in there yet. I'm watching all these developments go up like Cody and so forth. And again, these are $1 million condos. The one building that had condos under $500,000 sold out in one day. And I think our answer lies there. We've got to be much better at, again, I use the word inspiring loosely, but working with developers. And by the way, I have a long history of doing that within our community and other places as well. As most of you know, my background is architecture and design. So I've spent a lot of time with buildings, understanding buildings, construction, and how they relate to cities.
Great, thank you.
You bet.
Next question is from Councilmember Garner.
Hi, Jane. So my question for you is something you've already touched on a bit, and that's just your experience and what you think you'll bring to the Planning Commission. So I know you have talked about it in broad strokes, but maybe you could give us some more specifics, and that'll help us.
Absolutely. So in where I lived formerly in the Bay Area, I served as a planning commissioner. I served on architectural review. I served on a term and a half for planning commission here in Palm Springs. So I think what I bring to it more than anything is a lot of experience, a lot of having worked with the developers that we work with every day. And the sad part of that was that when we went into the downturn, a lot of those developers went dormant. The good news is they're back, and it's the same people. And I know them, and I've worked with them, and they know me at the Planning Commission, and they know my dedication is to our city and solely to our city. And again, I've had many, many years of working and negotiating with them. Obviously, I don't have to tell you, I was on the city council, so I can't imagine a broader background in this. So it was my career, and then, of course, my public service with Palm Springs and Sausalito prior to that.
Great. And the next question will come from Mayor Holstridge, excuse me.
Mayor Holstridge, I love that.
Hi, JR. Nice to see you. I'm going to kick this one over to Councilmember Kors to ask you your question back at you.
Okay.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Well,
what do you want to serve is really your ultimate question we want to ask.
Well, I don't have to tell you, Jeff, because we've done so much work together and work on so many subcommittees and so forth. I love municipal governance. I've always loved it. And I've been doing it for the last 20 years. And so it almost feels strange when I'm not doing it. I also see Palm Springs, particularly right now, in a state of hard, fast growth. And that wasn't the case when I served the Planning Commission the first time. So I think I can bring a lot of, again, my past experience to where we're headed today. I don't see a reason for our economy to change much. I think we're headed into the roaring 20s, if you will. I think it's going to get crazy. I don't see any reason people will start turning away from Palm Springs, even with the pandemic waning. So why? I love it. I love public service. I love our staff. I know them well. I know you all pretty well, and some of you better than others, and love working with you all. So it's really just about wanting to stay a participant in my community. I give in other ways. I work for the food bank. I'm going to go work with DAP some more. I have a lot more time for public service right now because I really don't have a career. So I have the time and I enjoy it.
Mayor Holstridge, is any other questions? All right. JR, is there anything you want to ask us? Anything you want to add?
Well, you know, I would love to hear from one of you very quickly. I know we're probably running out of time. What is the number one goal for the city council for the Planning Commission? I know one thing we didn't mention at all was design review, and do we want architectural review? I mean, and I think that we can be better in terms of the interface between those two boards. I think there's a lot of crossover, and I always hope we could do a little better separation so that we're giving our applicants better and clearer directions. But I wondered, again, what you were all looking at any differently than when I was there.
Yeah, every one of us would have a very long answer to that question. So you hit on one word that I think absolutely every member of council has used at one time or another: affordability and housing, and far greater diversity of housing across all of the price points in our city. So that's going to be a theme. I've heard from all of us at one time or another conversations about how do we improve the process so that it's less difficult to build in Palm Springs, but we get actually better housing and projects coming out, and that's going to be really tough to do, but it's something we want to do. We want this process to be one where people feel comfortable when they come to present a project in Palm Springs, because they know they're going to get listened to, know what to expect, but also they know that they're going to have to build quality into their pricing and into their projects.
You know, density bonuses are a great way to inspire developers, and it's something we haven't gotten into too much yet, but I think it's something we can explore and look at other cities and see how they've done it. You know, there was a time in Palm Springs where the community might fight us on allowing for larger developments or denser developments. I think in this day and age, when most people can't afford to buy a place here, the community is going to be far more open to that.
If there's nothing else, I think we're to the end, although we miss you, so it's fun just seeing you, JR.
Well, I have to tell you one thing before I leave. If it looks a little Spartan behind me, it's because I'm sitting on a chair in an empty room of my house because I'm moving today. I literally had to throw on a clean shirt and sit down on a box to do this interview with you. And by the way, Lisa, you are my new council member, just so you know.
Oh my goodness, where'd you move to?
I moved to Deepwell Ranch.
You're in oh, well, I will try to keep the noise down from all of my big parties so that I don't get a call.
I have high hopes from my council member that she'll take care of my neighborhood.
Thank you.
Much better than your last one.
There you are, Jeff. Okay, cool. Anyway, great to see you all, Anthony. Great to see you all. And yeah, let's do this again sometime.
Thank you, JR.
You bet.
Okay, I'm going to bring Dick Burkett back into the room. And Kathy, your next round of interview is not until 5 o'clock.
See you then.
All right. Thank you, Kathy. Okay, Mr. Burkett, you can hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay. The next interview is Janet Hansen, and I'll admit her into the room now. Janet Hansen, you can hear us okay?
I sure can.
Okay, and I do want to let you know that this is being broadcast on television and in other venues as well.
Oh, wow. That's very important.
Janet, welcome. On behalf of the City Council, it's my honor to welcome you to this process. We have about 15 minutes.
Okay.
A pattern set of questions that we're going to ask you, and we're going to give you an opportunity to ask us any questions that you have, as well as to add anything that we might have missed. But first and foremost, we want to thank you for your willingness to serve the people of Palm Springs. It's such an important part of our community.
Absolutely. Thank you.
With that, I'm going to ask Councilmember Woods to lead us off with the first question.
Hi, Janet. Can you tell me, what do you think the fundamental purpose or role of the HSPB is?
Well, the primary role is to hear nominations for designation of properties, both individual properties and historic districts, as mostly Class 1 and Class 2 resources within the city. So that's the primary function. There are some secondary functions relating to project review of resources that are already listed on the city's register, as well as, generally educating the community about historic preservation.
Janet, as you review the work of the Historic Site Preservation Board, what are the perspectives that you feel are needed? What are the things that you believe we can do better?
Could you clarify what you mean by, you mean the current board, the perspectives of the current board, or?
Looking at the current board, looking historically at the work of the Historic Site Preservation Board.
Yeah, Palm Springs is certainly a city of architecture. And I think one of the key elements of people on the commission is knowledge of local architecture within Palm Springs. Local architects, both, again, individual resources that would be nominated, as well as neighborhoods and historic districts. I think the board generally, or any preservation board, should have a variety of perspectives, ranging from architecture as a key one in Palm Springs, certainly, but also ethnic, cultural, and historical issues, and resources within the city that may be eligible under ethnic and cultural and historical themes, as listed in your historic context statements from, I think, a survey you've had done just a few years ago. I think that might be one of the things that I could bring to the board. I don't have a degree in architecture. I have a degree in historic preservation and within a history department. And I call myself, as you can tell from my email, JH Historian, primarily a historian. And I've done a lot of work writing historic context and nominating properties that represent ethnic and cultural history. So I think that's a perspective that the board could use. And that's certainly something that I could bring to the board.
All right, thank you. Our next question is going to come from Councilmember Garner.
Hi, Janet. Nice to meet you.
Hi, you too.
My question is if you could just expand a little more on the experience that you have and why you think that will be important to the commission.
Sure. I have about 30 years experience now, professional experience in historic preservation. I have a master's degree in history and preservation from UC Riverside. And I started working as a private consultant many years ago. And then about 20 years ago, I entered my career in local government. And I was the preservation officer for the city of Riverside for about 6 years. And then the city of Los Angeles opened their Office of Historic Resources, and they hired me as the deputy manager of the office, but also to work with the Getty Conservation Institute to manage the citywide survey of Los Angeles, which I did for about 13 years. Retired a year ago, and I'm currently working with the Getty publications on a book. On that experience, working with an author from the Getty as well, and we're writing a book on heritage surveys and inventories that'll be for an international audience. I also have, quite a bit of experience both managing commissions and serving on commissions. I managed the Preservation Commission for the City of Riverside, and I was not the lead staff member for the City of Los Angeles, but I certainly was a staff member in charge of that. And then I served on the Redlands Area Historical Society for 8 years, and I was chair for 7 of those 8. And I currently serve on the State Historical Resources Commission. I've been on that commission for 3 years. And I think one of the things that I can bring to the table, I know a lot of the folks on your board are and have been historically long-term community members and know a lot about Palm Springs. I lived in Riverside for quite a while my kids were being raised. So I came out to Palm Springs a lot, but I recently moved here, as a full-time resident a year ago. And I think it's similar. I kind of think of it as the way we are on the state commission. Obviously, we don't know everything about every resource in California, and we're hearing nominations for listings on the California Register and the National Register. But I think that I could certainly, with the professional background and experience in just the mechanics of, how meetings are run and the application of city ordinances. But I can also bring maybe a fresh perspective from someone who doesn't have all of the inside experience, but maybe a little bit of objectivity to the process.
Great, thank you. Next question is going to come from Mayor Holstich.
Thank you so much. It's nice to meet you, and thank
you
for
you too.
And serving the city. Our question is, why do you want to serve?
I do want to serve. When I came here, the first thing I did in March was look and see if there were any positions available, and I saw that there was, I think, one or two at that time. So I submitted my application within weeks of moving to Palm Springs. I was very excited about it. Then, of course, meetings were not held for a while. But I have a strong personal belief in, serving in city government or volunteering in any way that you can for your community. But I think, because I have such a strong background in preservation, that's certainly something that I can contribute to. But I do have a very strong belief in being involved in the community, so I'm excited about the opportunity.
Thank you. Janet, is there any questions that you would like to ask us? Anything that you would like to add?
I do want to add that I know one of the questions a year ago was, have you attended any of the meetings? And of course, at the time I had to say no, because I had just moved to Palm Springs, and I used my experience, attending and being on commissions in other capacities. But I do want to say that I have, since the meetings were reinstated, which I think was September, I've attended every single meeting. So it's been a great opportunity to get to know the different personalities. And, one of your earlier questions, what they each bring to the commission uniquely, and how well they work together as a team, which I think is very impressive. And I'm also very impressed with city staff, with Ken Lyon, the quality of the work that he does, and how well he directs the commission at each and every meeting, and how well he does his job generally. So I'm sure you already know that, but I was very impressed with how the meetings are run and how professional it is. That's not always the case, especially sometimes in some smaller cities. I also want to mention, if for some reason, I don't know, I guess you would have to apply separately, but if you felt that, you had better people who are maybe better qualified than me on this commission, I'd be happy to, serve in a capacity on other commissions that you think I might be qualified for.
Thank you. And we have one more question I forgot, submitted from HSPB. So I want to make sure to ask that.
Okay.
Too. So what are ways that a community like Palm Springs can balance redevelopment with preservation?
Oh boy, they stuck a hard one in there, didn't they? I think that is one of the most challenging aspects of development in almost any community, is balancing preservation with new development. I think the work of the commission in nominating particular resources and making sure that the important resources within Palm Springs are protected in some way. But so I think there needs to be a general understanding from the community members of the importance of the historic resources within the city, but that you can't always save everything. That's one of the things I would bring to the table. I think my years of experience in municipal government is understanding that there is that balance and that there's a process that takes place. Most projects, certainly large projects, are going to involve the California Environmental Quality Act, and that's a means by which all the considerations can be put on the table as part of the overall process. But there are sometimes battles that get lost, depending on the project and the importance of the project to the community. There's also ways that, you can hopefully, mitigate the loss of some of the resources. And certainly one of the things that I like to say is if we're going to lose historic resources, let's put something there that 40, 50 years from now, we can be just as proud of as potentially what we've lost. But I think, it's all a matter of setting priorities. And I think Palm Springs has done a really good job of keeping information current. Your recent survey and your recent historic context statement is giving you the information that you need when you do go forward with project entitlements and development projects, so that you understand what resources you have.
Janet, thank you. It was really impressive getting to know you over the last few minutes. And
thank you.
Willingness
I just want to say I'm really excited to meet all you. It's like I always think of council people and the mayor as like celebrities. So I'm excited to have met you all. Christy's shaking her head. So thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
All right. Oh, I guess do you intend to? I hate to rush. But do you tend to have a replacement by the April meeting? I was curious, or are you looking to have people start in May?
I'll jump in. So the city council may be making their decision tonight, and if so, that appointment would become effective immediately.
Okay.
In which case you would be serving on that board right away.
Right.
Otherwise, if the council needs more time to deliberate on who their appointments will be, this will be moved to a future meeting date.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody.
And Mayor and Council, Scott Miller is not yet in the room, but it's 3 minutes early. TSCTV, we're ready. Okay, now that we're back, I'll bring Scott Miller into the room.
Hi there, Scott. Welcome back. And this is going to feel a little bit like deja vu. We're going to ask some pretty similar questions to what we asked you earlier. We recognize, though, that HSPB is a different entity than Planning Commission, both extremely important to the city. And we're very pleased that you're willing to serve on either of those boards. So with that, I'm going to again ask Councilmember Woods to lead us off with the first question.
Thank you, Scott. What do you think that the fundamental purpose of the Historic Site Preservation Board is?
Well, its fundamental purpose would be to aid in the protection of Palm Springs' valued historic resources while allowing adaptive reuse of those historic resources and careful consideration for any changes that are proposed to be made in bringing a resource to a new use. The board needs to carefully consider those things and to provide guidance on what is appropriate or what is not appropriate, ultimately to the city council.
All right. And this question is definitely going to sound familiar, but as you look at HSPB, what are the perspectives that you see that need to be brought to HSPB? What are areas where we can do better?
Well, I would say from the perspective standpoint, myself coming from someone with an architectural background who has 32 years of government experience, some of it working with the City of Oakland Landmarks Preservation Advisory Board, and certainly, if not beyond that, being peripherally involved in the review of projects in Oakland that dealt with historic resources. I understand the importance of Palm Springs' stellar architectural heritage, really, especially in the mid-century modern realm, but also to an extent in Spanish Revival or Mediterranean style architecture that predated the mid-century boom in the 40s and 50s and 60s. So I would say I would bring in an understanding of the importance of historical resources on a community like Palm Springs, and I would hope to be able to be of benefit if I were chosen for the Historic Site Preservation Board.
All right, thank you. Next question is Councilmember Garner.
Again, very similar. Just if you can elaborate on your specific experience that would enhance the commission.
Again, mainly in the City of Oakland, we're working with historic resources. Oakland had a very, similar to Palm Springs, I think, had a very in-depth historic survey that was done. The latest one in Oakland was done in 1985 that recognized all of the properties in Oakland that had some value and essentially graded them and provided guidance into how they could or could not be changed. In Oakland, it wasn't so much mid-century architecture, but it was craftsman architecture, California bungalow, some modern architecture, but more of the older, architecture that predated the post-war mid-century boom for the most part, at least here in the desert. And so I think I've got some experience working with that kind of a structure in terms of protections in place for architectural resources. I don't pretend to know exactly, all the details of Palm Springs preservation ordinance, but I certainly could be brought up to speed relatively quickly. And I think I've got the background through my professional experience working in government for 32 years to be of benefit if I were chosen for the Historic Site Preservation Board.
All right. And the next question is going to come from Mayor Halstage.
Thank you for being with us again. We appreciate it. And I know this is the third time you've interviewed. So thank you for your perseverance. We appreciate it. The question is, what are the ways that a community like Palm Springs can balance redevelopment with preservation? And that question comes from the HSPB itself. That was one of the submitted questions.
Yeah, well, I would say it is, recognizing the importance of Palm Springs architectural heritage, while yet also understanding that a community grows and changes. And as part of that, there may be pressures on our historic resources to alter them in some way. And I think the city has done quite a good job in recognizing the importance and holding the line where they need to on historic resources, but yet allowing adaptive reuse, as I had mentioned before, in terms of new uses that may not have been contemplated for the buildings or sites, 40, 50, 60 or more years ago, but that in today's economy and climate are appropriate and desired. And so finding a middle ground, so to speak, where those adaptive reuses can go into these buildings, make perhaps minor changes that are not permanent and that don't alter the ultimate historic fabric of the site or the building, are important to recognize and I think are necessary in order for the community to grow. In addition, I would say recognizing that some sites may have additions to them that aren't necessarily of historical, well, they wouldn't be of historical quality because they're new, but that can be added to a site in certain cases, and that they shouldn't try to mimic some false historicism, and that perhaps if there's an addition to be made, separate and distinct from the architectural resource, that it can be made and it should be made very distinctly different than that historical resource.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could, Mayor Pro Tem, ask just one more question, which we typically ask of candidates who are applying for multiple boards. If you have a preference or any insight there into both of the boards, or which you prefer.
Well, thank you for that question. I'd first like to say I've not been in a suit coat for this long in an afternoon for quite some time. So I appreciate the opportunity to interview for two positions, or different positions. Well, I would say I would be happy with either. I believe my best experience in my heart lies with Planning Commission. But that being said, I would be satisfied with a role on the Historic Site Preservation Board, because I think I could bring some benefit to that board based on my experience. I would say I probably have a bigger learning curve with the Historic Site Preservation Board in that my background is not specifically in architecture or historic preservation, but I think I've got enough peripheral knowledge and professional experience that would allow me to step into that role if that's what I was chosen for. But since you asked, I would say my heart lies with the Planning Commission for the most part.
Thank you. And with that, Scott, is there any questions that you would like to ask us? Any additional comments you have?
I don't think so. I know there's for both the commission and the board, there's a number of vacancies, I believe. I'm seeing some expired terms. Are there some that some holdover, so to speak, representatives that are on that there are openings for their slots as well, or?
Certainly. So, Mr. Miller, we're actually filling 2 vacancies right now. I'm sorry, this is for, Historic Site Preservation. We're filling 2 vacancies. One is held by Dick Burkett, but he's not eligible for reappointment. And then we will have additional vacancies come up in June of this year, but we're not filling those seats just yet. This is just for one current vacancy and then Dick Burkett's seat.
Okay. So do you anticipate that the interviews that you're doing now for both Historic Site Preservation Board and the Planning Commission, those interviews would not carry over to vacancies that would come up in June or July of this year? Would you do separate interviews for those?
Yeah, good question. So very likely that we will be conducting interviews again. We may be getting new applications between now and then, and so the council will need to decide who to interview for those rounds.
Okay. Fair enough. No, I don't have any other questions. I just want to say thank you again for the opportunity to interview for both Historic Site Preservation Board and for the Planning Commission. And Dick Burkett, you'll be missed. I'm sorry that you can't go for another term.
Me too. Thank you.
Thank you,
Ms. Miller.
Scott, thank you so much.
Okay, so Mayor and Council, if you're ready, I do have Stephen Rose in the waiting room, and I'll bring him in now.
Hello.
Mr. Rose,
Yes.
I do want to let you know that this meeting is being broadcast on television and our other venues that we stream the meeting.
It's very exciting. Do I have to sign a release?
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, I give it back to you.
Hey.
Stephen, welcome. And no, you don't need to sign a release.
Hi.
It's a pleasure to get to speak with you virtually. Thank you for your willingness to serve the people of Palm Springs, and thank you for your wonderful work on the Sutter home.
Thank you.
So with that, we're going to go through a series of pattern questions. We have about 15 minutes, and before we conclude, we will give you an opportunity to ask any questions you have of us, as well as to add anything that we may have missed that we should have asked you. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Woods to ask the first question.
Hi, Stephen. Thank you. It's nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you.
Thanks. What do you think the purpose and role, the fundamental purpose and role of the Historic Site Preservation Board is?
Well, I just want to let everyone know that I served on the Rancho Mirage Historic Preservation Commission until very recently when I moved to Palm Springs. And I have restored a number of historic homes, including by some famous architects, both here in the desert and in Los Angeles. And it's been, a 30-year passion for me. And I think that the commission really has an extraordinary job of making sure that they are open to people preserving these beautiful landmarks, and also to make sure that they haven't been damaged and messed up beyond belief so that they're worthy of it. So there's sort of a fine line between granting someone the landmark status and also honoring what they've done.
Stephen, as you've observed the Historic Site Preservation Board, what are some of the perspectives that you believe are missing? What are areas where you believe that the HSPB can do a better job?
You know, I think that there is a very natural and necessary tension between urging and promoting people to apply for landmark status so that the city of Palm Springs gets to, enjoy these and preserve them as a part of our history. And also making sure that what they're approving is worthy. I think that there was an interesting designation of Class 2 recently. I think that needs to be worked out. And I think that tension is tricky. And I think that they have done a nice job, but it can always be done better. There was a little bit of a disconnect between the board and the staff, but at the end of the day, I think that that's not necessarily bad. I think the tension sometimes is very good so that it ends up being a good result.
Okay, thank you. Next question comes from Councilmember Garner.
Hi, Stephen.
Hi.
You've discussed this already in broader strokes, but if you can give us some more specifics about why your experience, what your experience, I should say, will bring to the commission.
Well, I think that I have a ton of experience. I've Mills acted 3 homes. I've landmarked 4 homes. John Lautner, Paul Revere Williams, who is an African-American architect out of LA, William Cody here, my East Stewart Williams house here. And I just think that I really understand architecture, its purity. I've done mostly absolute historic renovations of homes, but as time has progressed, I also understand that if those architects were alive today and they did these houses today, perhaps they might be a bit different and want to allow a certain amount of ability to capture that as well. I just think I bring a lot of experience and a lot of passion to the commission.
All right. The next question is from from Mayor Holstich.
Thank you. Hi. The question is submitted from HSPB, and the question is, what are some ways that a community like Palm Springs can balance redevelopment with the desire to preserve parts of its history?
I think that, honoring the designs of the masters that have really helped establish Palm Springs would be good. But again, I think that there's a balancing act between doing what is, I think, effective and necessary for today's standards with keeping in the spirit of what's gone before.
Thank you. And last question from Councilmember Coors.
Hey, Stephen.
Hey, Jeff.
How are you? So I think you've sort of answered this, but just, and you've served in Rancho Mirage, but what do you want to serve? What do you hope you'll bring to the board if you're on it?
Just a lot of passion. I had a different career and I'm now part of this community and just thrilled to be a part of it. And this is my passion. This is in my strike zone. This is what I care about. This is what I live for. And I think that I have the experience and the knowledge and, I really want to do it. So, to get me to want to do something is a good thing.
Stephen, thank you. Are there questions that you have for us? Anything that you want to add?
No, I think that Ken and the staff do an amazing job. I'm really great friends with Brad Dunning and some of the other, amazing architectural people around town. And it's just, there's a group of people here that are really, really dedicated to preserving and making sure that Palm Springs is the hallmark of this, kind of architecture. And I think that one of the best ways that you can put your money where your mouth is to get involved. And that's why I want to do it.
Thank you. Stephen, again, thank you for your willingness to serve. Thank you for being a part of our community.
My pleasure.
Thank you. That does conclude this interview. So you could disconnect if you're ready.
Thanks.
Madam Mayor, we are 9 minutes early if you want to take a brief recess.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anthony, I'll sign it.
Go ahead.
On behalf of the City Council, I call the meeting back into order.
And I will admit Sid Craig, and this is an interview for Measure J. Sid Craig, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Good. And I wanted to let you know that the interview is being recorded and broadcast on TV and our other streaming venues.
Sid, I get to welcome you on behalf of everyone on City Council and thank you for your prior service and your willingness to continue to serve our city. It is greatly appreciated and so important to all of us.
Thank you.
With that, we're going to go through about 15 minutes. We've got some pattern questions that we're asking everyone, and we will definitely give you a chance to ask any questions you have of us, as well as to add anything that we may have missed that should have been covered. And with that, I'm going to give it to Councilmember Woods to ask the first question.
Hi, Sid.
Hi, Dennis.
Thanks for being with us again. What do you think the purpose and role of the Measure J Oversight Committee is?
Well, I was very interested in it because I remember when they were campaigning to pass it, the 1% sales tax, and I was very much in favor of it. And when the opportunity arose 3 years ago, I chose to resign from as chairman of Parks and Recreation and as president of the Police Advisory because I wanted to be on Measure J. I think that the 1% sales tax, the purpose and what it's accomplished has been monumental. The fact that they've paved over 75 miles of roads, the fact that been able to do things at the parks, to be able to do things for people with health and disabilities issues at the parks. These are things that I felt very strongly about, and I enjoyed the fact that the public can come forward and create ideas of what they would like to see money being spent for. So I think it's grown from the original concept of the 1% sales tax to cover expenses that could be not allocated from the budget. So I think it's serving its purpose.
With that, let me ask the next question. Sid, as you look at the work of Measure J Commission, what are some perspectives that you feel are needed on the Measure J Commission? What are areas where you feel we can do better?
I think that Measure J has, which has come up at our meetings, it needs to bring its image out there publicly again. It's sort of been lost in the last couple of years. The original group, which was an amazing group of men and women, they would have signage up going on when they would be building something or doing something that was going on. I remember the corner of Stevens and 111. They were talking, there was a big signage up. And when I became a member of it, I said when we went to the picnic that we need to get our image out there and exposed to people and let the public know what we're doing, because the public is sort of asking now, which wasn't that way 4 or 5 years ago, what is Measure J? What is it about? I have no idea. And the public really, it's sort of faded out. And I feel what can be done is more exposure, more promotion, more publicity, articles. I'd like to see the news stations do a story on what's going on with Measure J. What are the projects that they're working on currently? What's up? What are plans ahead? And none of that's being put out there today. So I think that it's important that Measure J get some PR going on because it's serving a purpose, but the public's not aware of it.
All right, thank you. And the next question, we're going to turn it over to Councilmember Garner.
Sid, my question for you is kind of give us a sense of what your typical day is in Palm Springs. What are the public facilities that you use, the areas of town that you go?
Well, it's been limited during, obviously because of COVID, because of our shut-ins, etc. I go to the post office a lot.
But I guess in a prior to this would.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Be a better way to say it. So just so we can get a sense of before.
Okay, the before was I went to our restaurants a lot in our city. I also went out to walk around the parks to see needs that were going on there, see how the public was reacting to things. I'm happy to say that I came to the city council 5 years ago and promoted a thing called pickleball, and said that I felt it would be like modernism, that in 5 years that it would become something that we'd see grow, which it has. And I thanked the council at that time for putting up the first money to expand the West Court at the Demuth Park area. I really made a point of walking our parks a great deal and seeing the needs that were going on there. I've been very involved. I've been on the board of the Film Festival for 20 years, and I've been very involved in the projects that go on with the Short Fest and the Feature Fest, and being in our offices quite a bit there for the festival, and using our facilities, using our being involved, going to the Camelot and see what was going on, helping create outdoor things that were going on there, and using the facilities of our town that way. I don't know if I'm answering it, but that was sort of typical of me.
Thank you. No right or wrong answer.
Okay. I'm also an avid goer of Angel View. Okay.
Sid, thank you. Next question is going to be Mayor Holstich.
Thank you, Sid. Nice to see you. I've also seen Sid at the farmer's market.
Yes.
So our question, you sort of already answered this, but we always ask, why do you want to serve on this commission right now?
I feel I can make a difference. I feel that when I've seen people come from other commissions and come and speak at our meetings, from Parks and Rec, from sustainability, hearing their ideas, I feel I can make a difference in a sense to bring about things that then we bring to you as the council and make recommendations to you, to bring about things that then we bring to you as the council and make recommendations to you on things. And it comes from hearing, being the eyes and ears to the public. And the public really has been stepping forward and brings ideas to us, which we don't take credit for. We bring to you and we say, this is something that we think is worthwhile. I feel I'm good at it. I'm a people person, and I think I can make a difference.
Thank you. Sid, are there questions you have for us? Is there anything you would like to add?
I just wanted to say that I would like to see more the communication between the Measure J and council on things that that we bring, that we could possibly, under the best conditions, meet twice a year instead of once a year with the council and go over ideas that we think are worthwhile for the next fiscal year. I just feel once a year is not enough. And I'd love to be able to recommend or see that happen.
If there's nothing else, Sid, we're going to thank you again for all of your incredible years of service and for your willingness to continue to serve. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Be safe, everyone.
Thank you. Take care.
You too. Bye.
Okay, Madam Mayor, we do have 5 minutes if you want to take another short recess.
Yes, thank you. We will recess for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
The special meeting of the Palm Springs City Council for March 22 is called back into order.
Mr. Gazan.
I am here.
I do want to let you know that the meeting is being broadcast live on television and our other streaming venues. And with that, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
All right. Jim, welcome. I get the opportunity on behalf of the City Council to welcome you to this 15-minute discussion. We're going to have some pattern questions that we're going to ask you. And before it's over, we will give you an opportunity to ask questions of us and or to add anything that we may have missed that we should have covered. But first, I want to thank you for your willingness to continue to serve and for all of the service you've already given to our city. It's very important and it's greatly appreciated.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
So with that, first question, I'm going to turn it over to Council Member Woods.
Hi, Jim. So the first question is, what do you think the fundamental purpose and role of the Measure J Oversight Commission is?
The overall purpose is to monitor the tax money that does come in from Measure J, primarily to make sure that it is being applied to capital projects, capital improvement projects for the city. Sometimes people wish it was going for all glamorous type purposes like new parks and things of that nature, but that laundry list of what the city has as far as capital improvements can be from new road repairs, pavement, to fixing a boiler, to re-roofing a city building, things that the general public sometimes is not aware of. But again, the goal for the commission is to oversee all of those capital projects, and there is a laundry list, and to determine what's best for the city that meets the needs of the city and also that can meet the needs of the public.
Jim, as you've served on the Measure J Commission, observed it over the years, what are perspectives that are missing and needed on the Measure J Commission? What are areas where we can do better?
Probably communication, especially to the public. And we are working on that. We do have a subcommittee that is putting together ways of letting the public know what we're even proposing to council or moving forward, what we're talking about with staff, giving the public the opportunity to see kind of the short list of projects that are under consideration, both from Measure J and then could get possibly moved to council. I think it's important for us to just in general promote Measure J projects as they're happening around town. That's something that we started talking about before the pandemic, and making sure that when there's a road improvement project or the downtown park or any park improvements or anything that we're doing that involves Measure J dollars, that there are Measure J signage associated to those projects.
All right, thank you. The next question is going to come from Council Member Garner.
Hi, Jim. My question for you is a little bit different. I'm interested in what a day in your life is like. What kind of public facilities do you use, and where do you go in our city? And feel free to answer this as if there were not a pandemic, if that helps.
That's a great question. And I'm somewhat passionate about this now. Is during the pandemic, I discovered pickleball. And I've become one of those addicted, crazy people that love to play pickleball quite frequently. And of course, that is centered in Demuth Park. And I've sort of witnessed over the last, since August, sort of the deterioration of those courts compared to other cities in the Valley, and had some envy when after playing in Freedom Park in
Palm Desert, which is just, the courts are gorgeous and they maintain them and they've got amazing sunscreens. They're beautiful. So I definitely feel very passionate about upkeep of public space that people use, and that can go beyond just my own interest in pickleball, but in a lot of our parks. And I feel that even with one of our fellow commissioners just had a baby. Congratulations, Christy, on your new addition. And, we've got a lot of younger people that are moving into Palm Springs that have children. And I understand that need for shade in the playgrounds, for new padding under that play equipment, that the play equipment is safe and fresh and new. And a lot of it can look a little tough and a little rough around the edges. And so I want to see the best for our city. And I know that we're under some financial constraints. But even in Demuth, just simple cleaning of the courts. We invested in those courts back in the late fall. They resurfaced, and I don't think they've been cleaned since that time. So probably close to 4 months. And that's an investment that the city made, and I want to see the city to continue to keep up with those investments. If you let it go too long, before you know it, we have to resurface or spend more money on something because it wasn't maintained properly. So that's kind of my day-to-day as far as what I see. And yeah.
Very good. The next question is going to come from Mayor Holstege.
Thank you for all of your work and your leadership and service. We very much appreciate it. Not just us, but all of our residents. So thank you. Our next question is a general one that you've answered a little bit here and there, but why do you want to continue to serve on this commission?
Number one, I love the people that I'm working with right now on the commission. I think we've got a great commission. I love the diversity of thought. And the way that we're working with staff, I really enjoy getting to know staff and the finance department. And I want to see a lot of these projects, through fruition. We've worked really hard on some things. COVID has kind of put the brakes in some areas. I'm really excited to hopefully get back to in-person meetings by the end of this year. And I would love to have, a joint session with all of you on council. And I'm very passionate about a lot of the projects that have been brought to us over the last year from staff, and to see those move forward. And again, to see some of the initiatives that we started as far as communication and some of that outreach.
Great. Are there any other questions from council? Jim, are there questions you would like to ask us or anything you would like to add?
I'll probably kick myself later for not asking much. I know that we would love to meet with you guys at some point. And again, I would love it if it was in person. I don't know when we'll get back to council meetings happening at, in chambers, as well as Measure J meetings. But I think that I'm going to bring it up at our next Measure J meeting next month and just see if it's warranted for a May joint session, which typically in May is when we present our list. And we've had some money free up, and we do have a list. We've been working with staff and kind of, prioritizing what they feel is most important. And we have some things that maybe can go on the back burner because they weren't done. We've realized that we've been able to survive without some of certain projects. So some of those things, I think it would just be great for us to communicate with you.
Great. If there are no more questions and no more comments, then we've gotten to the end of the interview. But Jim, again, thank you for all of your service and know how much it is appreciated.
Thank you. It's great to see you all virtually. I miss seeing you in person. Stay healthy and well, and we're going to be through this soon.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much.
Jim, thank you.
Okay, and I'm going to admit Kathy Wormick back to the meeting. Kathy, are you with us?
Yes.
Okay. And if the council is ready, I do have Michael Hirschbein in the waiting room, and I'll admit him now. Hi, Michael. Oh. Hi, Michael. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Great. I do want to let you know that this is being broadcast live on our channel as well as our other streaming venues, just so you know.
Thank you for letting
And
me know.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, off to you.
Michael, thank you. It's my honor to welcome you on behalf of the City Council. We want to thank you for your service, for your willingness to continue to serve, and want you to know how much it's appreciated that you are willing to do this.
Well, thank you for your kind words.
So with that, I'm going to ask Councilmember Woods to kick us off with the first question. We're going to go through some pattern questions and we'll take about 15 minutes. We will give you an opportunity to ask us questions or to add anything at the end.
Thank you.
Hi, Michael. What do you think the main purpose and role of the Planning Commission is?
I think the main purpose of the Planning Commission is to provide feedback for council and staff on the appropriateness of major development projects and other things that come across the podium as far as conditional use permits and other issues affecting the city that's under the purview of the Planning Commission, to provide important wise counsel back to staff as well as to City Council.
Thank you. Michael, as you have served on the Planning Commission, as you've observed the work of the Planning Commission, what are perspectives that you feel are needed on the Planning Commission? What are areas where you believe we can do better?
Well, the city right now is facing some explosive growth. And I think the growth needs to be smart. I think it needs to be take into account our housing issues, urban design issues, transportation issues. And I think that people with backgrounds in those categories would be a big plus for the commission to be able to adjudicate those kind of things successfully.
And the next question is going to be from Councilmember Garner.
Hi, Michael.
Hi.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you too.
My question is a pretty standard one, and just what is your experience and how does your experience improve or impact the Planning Commission?
Well, from a career perspective, I spent 29 years with the retail developer Westfield and worked on very, very successful, complex, large retail pedestrian environments. So I think I bring some knowledge of what will lead to a successful retail environment at the pedestrian scale. And as far, and I'm a licensed architect, so I bring those two things together, urban design and architecture. And then I think having served for a few years on AAC and then for a few more years on Planning Commission, I've also been able to hone my skills as far as sort of community related issues, things like cannabis facilities, the appropriateness of certain types of uses adjacent to, say, residential areas, those kind of things where I've been able to hone my skills and knowledge, sort of on the job training, if you will. So for many years, I've been doing that. And I think I have a very good grasp of what the community wants and what will help residents, not just on the business tourist side, but also the resident side, enjoy a happy, healthier city.
And next question is from Mayor Holstich.
Hi, nice to see you.
Hi, Christy.
This is a general question that we're asking of everyone. You've answered it a little bit, but if you could describe why you want to continue to serve.
Well, yeah, it goes back to something I said. I think right now the city's facing a very explosive growth area. If you look at housing under construction now, if you look at the tourists that are returning, and I think being able to impact in a positive way that growth, I think, is very uppermost in my mind. I think sort of balancing between. Let me just back up. I'd also like to be very involved in creating a successful housing element for the city, because I think we can do a lot better than we have in terms of density. And when I say density, I don't mean high density. I mean appropriate density, because I think sometimes our density is too low in approving certain housing projects, and I think it might be too high in other ones, but I think appropriate density is important. And then providing the opportunity for housing in areas where it's appropriate that may not be specified right now in our zoning and general plan.
Thank you. Michael, are there questions that you would like to ask us? Other comments you would like to make?
I don't really have any questions. I mean, I know most of you pretty well, and I think you know the kind of commissioner I've made in the past. I just want to say that I would look forward to serving another term. I'm very happy to be able to express those thoughts to you today, and I would look forward to another term, and I think I could be very productive and very a positive force with the city. My background experience, not only professionally, but on the commission AAC as well. I think I bring a lot of good perspectives, different perspectives. I think I've been, thanks to some mentoring that's taken place by some of the people I'm talking to today, I've been able to understand conflicting views and trying to bring them together. And I think I've been successful at that as well. So I look forward to another term. So I just like to say that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from anyone on council? Well, Michael, again, thank you for what you've done serving the people of Palm Springs. It is incredibly appreciated and so very important.
Thank you very much for having this opportunity.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Mayor and Council. With that, our next interview is not until 5:30, so you have a little bit of a break.
Sorry, if I can, for council, thank you, after we go to, do we want to take a break? Is it possible to get our 5:30 here now? Anthony, and council, what do you think is best? I mean, I know we've been going for a long time here, but do we want to continue through?
I would just say the next ones are Measure J, right? I think is all we have left. Or did we add an HSTP as well?
You have 3 for Measure J, and then we have the addition of Travis Armstrong at 6:15.
I mean, it might be worth making decisions on planning now, right? To save us, and maybe all but one of the HSPV, because, that'll save us time later since.
Yeah, I'd like to make the most of the 25 minutes that we have instead of just pushing it out, because we already have a long day and night. 5 minutes break first.
I'm good.
I'm good.
Okay, for the public watching at home and those following along, we decided we're not going to go into recess, but we will deliberate about Planning Commission and Planning Commission first right now, because the rest of our interviews are Measure J and we have one more for HSPB. So we will go ahead and make recommendations here. And Anthony, City Clerk, if you could describe, are we making a final decision and an appointment, or would it go to a further meeting?
The meeting was agendized so that you could make the appointments this evening. And you are filling 3 vacancies. 2 are held by incumbents, Michael Hirschbein and Peter Maruzzi. And then there is 1 vacancy that is not filled by anybody. And then there is a difference. We have 1 seat that has a term, 2 seats that are expiring in 2023. And although the document says that the other term is expiring on 2021, this appointment will actually go to 2024. There's no need for appoint somebody for 2 months.
Thank you. And just for the public who's following along, if council members are going off screen, it's because they're turning off their videos for a few minutes. It's not that they're leaving the meeting. That's not obvious from the TV screen, but we are all here and participating. So who would like to begin? I know Kathy, as the chair of the Planning Commission, thank you for being part of this process with us. I don't know if you have any input for the City Council before we, as part of these deliberations.
One of the things I think we've needed is a more experienced, we have a fairly new commission in terms of skills, and we do need at least one more experienced person. As I'm looking at the people, it's hard to say. We don't necessarily need another architect. We do need people with some planning background. An architect is always good. It depends on how they function on the commission. I think I know everybody who's in front of you, with one exception. The person who's the exception is the person who worked in Oakland, who seems to have very good skills. I think the only concern I might have is that he might try and duplicate Flynn, which he couldn't, but he's got some of the same background in terms of a staff position, which this isn't a staff position. This is more community-based.
Do we need to get Flynn back on, by the way, if he's not?
I think looks like he's on the meeting.
He is. He just took off mute.
I'm
Okay.
here.
I just want to make sure you're on, Flynn. I just realized.
Yes, I am.
I thought we were in recess.
I don't know if Flynn shares that same concern that I have.
Yeah, I don't know that I do. Mr. Miller seems to have a great background in land use, which would be very helpful for our commission, in that we don't really have anyone with that particular professional experience on the commission now. But again, as Kathy has indicated, we would like to see someone with experience, and you've got some really great applicants to choose from.
Right. I mean, I have worked well with the 3 people who were former commissioners. Lynn has some of that. Lynn Callardine has some of the same experience that Mr. Miller does. But I've worked very well with JR, with Doug Hudson, with Lynn, and I think it's probably your question in terms of whether you're appointing one new person or you're looking at any of the other seats. Michael Hirschbein is probably the most experienced person on the commission right now in terms of skills and experience and gravitas. I think that's correct. Flynn, am I right in that?
Yes, in terms of time on the commission itself, Mr. Hirschbein has been serving since 2016.
And Commissioner Maruzzi, as he said, is newer and has been on a learning curve, but probably is at that point where he's seasoned. So I don't know that any of them wouldn't do a good job.
Thank you. And then Grace, did you have a question for Kathy? Or I also wanted to ask Flynn if you had input for the council to consider in this process too.
Mayor, I'll just say again that I know all of the applicants with the exception of Mr. Miller. I have seen Mr. Miller's resume and reviewed his application. And again, based on his interview today, he seems highly skilled. So I think that, again, you've got quite, a terrific list of applicants to consider. It's a tough decision to try and pick which ones would be the best fit for this planning commission. So luckily I can turn that decision over to you all. But again, I think all of them have experience, and in particular, it would be helpful to have someone with some type of land use experience, I think.
Thank you.
The only thing that I'd say is probably the one thing that we're missing is an experienced person who's Latinx. I think with that, the high proportion of Latino or Latinx, I'm not sure if I'm using that correctly, people in our community, that would have been a good candidate if we had found one.
Thank you, Kathy. And just to say out loud, we continue to not have women on this committee. You have two planning commissioners who are women, including you, Kathy. And it looks like we don't have anyone from District 2 who's currently serving, though we don't have any applicants from District 2. So we also like to look at all forms of diversity here and different backgrounds and experience. Councilmember Garner, did you want to speak or make a recommendation?
So my recommendation is Scott Miller and then the two incumbents. I think that, like Kathy said, we do have a younger group and it would be good to get that continuity. But Scott is somebody that clearly has the experience, and I think so do the other applicants, but the other applicants have served previously and Mr. Miller hasn't. And so that's why I lean towards him, because they're all amazing candidates.
Yeah, that was going to be my recommendation too. So I know this.
Oh, we
just froze on Mayor Holstich.
Then while she's freezing, perhaps one of the other council members would like to speak.
I can speak. Oops. Is Christy back? Christy's back.
Did I freeze?
You froze.
You did.
When did I freeze?
Right when you started speaking.
I just had a really great whole comment that I just made. So in short, I agree. I think hearing what's needed on the commission, Scott has that experience and we have such a wealth of people to draw from, and this is really difficult. But hearing what the commission needs right now, I think he has that experience, and then I would support appointing the two incumbents. If there are other thoughts, we're happy to discuss them. Please.
This is Dennis. It's amazing that we have so many qualified candidates. It's absolutely an incredible testament to our city, and that people have an invested interest in our city. And I think some of the answers that we got from every single one of them was great. I think appointing the two incumbents is a wise idea on our part. They've got experience, and and Peter gave some great answers. I also think some of the other incumbents gave great answers. Scott gave great answers. So did J.R. Roberts about long-term planning, and his enthusiasm came through on that interview very, very well. Doug Hudson has served quite a bit of time, so maybe it's time we do allow somebody new, and Lynn has served in the past. So maybe it is time we allow somebody new to come into the commission and mix it up a little bit.
This is hard for me. I've served with JR, I served with Doug, and I served with Michael, and I got to appoint Peter and watch him work. I know the quality of the work that Doug and Lynn and Michael have done, and JR all were colleagues at the same time. And I saw their passion, and I saw how much they gave of themselves, and they brought perspectives that we needed and voices that we needed. So I don't think just because someone has served previously should be a barrier. We've seen too much in terms of how much talent they give. And the experience matters. That said, Mr. Miller impressed me the first time that we interviewed him, and he certainly impressed me again today.
Yeah, I wanted to hear from our former planning commissioners, so thank you. Everyone who applied would be excellent, and that's a good place to be, and agree as we think about this moving forward, what kind of outreach we're doing, so we do get diverse candidates, both experience and thought and lived experiences, as well as work experience, is important, and we're not seeing that, I think, across the boards right now, and I don't know if the COVID has part of that to do with that, but just something I think we need to be mindful of. The only thought I would say, and I agree, I thought, Scott and our former commissioners all would be great, and I think the two incumbents, absent real reason, I think they're both doing a great job and add value and different perspectives and should continue. The one thing I would note, and sort of listening to JR, that really hit me was, given obviously his experience like the rest, but that he's been on council for a term, and that there's an understanding of the issues the council faces that are different than the planning commission. And the relationship between the two is something I think could be really beneficial. And that's why I was leaning to him for that other spot, because I do think it would bring a different viewpoint and someone who has worked from the council perspective, and that relationship and making sure it's moving smoothly. So we think about how the order and how things go, I think it'd be a real benefit moving forward. And just the different public input you receive as a council member than a planning commissioner, which I think three of you would probably know better than me, but the wealth of issues that come up that really aren't, the technical planning thing, but really weigh in as you're thinking about housing and, zoning and all those issues.
One of the other things I want to add on watching JR and working with JR, he brought the perspective of somebody who had actually done construction. And I know he's been involved in an awful lot of things, but in every conversation that we would have, his experience at directly working with his own hands and watching projects and helping projects being built came to the fore. And we don't have anyone on the Planning Commission who's built a home. JR has.
I would just like to say, I found JR's answer quite impressive. He talked about design review. He talked about better interface up front with development community. He talked about density bonuses. He really, in his interview, provided some solid kind of methods to move forward as we develop our city. And I just, I also found his answers, and the fact that he loves it and that he wants to do public service, just the fact that he loves it, I thought was really quite endearing. And he comes back with experience. I think his role even on council showed great experience in dealing with some very difficult issues where he compromised very well.
Can I add for a second, Lisa? I've built homes.
Excuse me.
Thank you. And apartment buildings.
Yes.
You should be on planning commission, Kathy.
Finance them on a large scale. Thank you, and I appreciate that. I know my whole comment got cut off. So, we know that JR was an incredible council member and planning commissioner. So I was responding to the recommendation that we have someone who's a career planner who has that technical expertise, which I know JR has been a planning commissioner and has done a lot of work, but that's what I heard was needed. And so that's what I was responding to. So I don't know if Kathy or Flynn, you want to discuss that more in depth, or?
I don't think anybody needs to be a career planner. Some of the best planning commissioners I've ever seen didn't have technical background, but a really good sense of the community, which is equally important. What we've been missing recently is experience. And what I wanted to say is that any of the people that were applicants have that experience, especially any of the ones you're considering for the one spot that's a new spot. So I wouldn't, Flynn may have a different opinion, but I do think that it's what I wanted to, the other thing is a good sense of urban design, as well as experience. So I think you could take any of the 4 other applicants and say that they have that background.
I wouldn't disagree.
Thank you. And if I can, I have a question for the city clerk. So I know our chair her term expires June 30, 2021. Expires June 30th, 2021, and then another commissioner's also does, but she would be eligible for appointment. So are we going to have another appointment ready for June 30th, 2021?
So if I'm understanding the question, so you have Maria Song and Kathy Womack who are up, their terms are up in June 30th. We'll be conducting another round of interviews to see if you want to reappoint them or select new candidates, and both are eligible for reappointment.
So it's April. So in doing that in 2 months versus now, I mean, is it possible to appoint if we wanted to? I'm not saying we do, but is it possible to make a future appointment for those spots?
On this agenda, no. That wasn't listed as one of the appointments to be made. But certainly, let's say at the next regular council meeting, council wants to forgo the interviews, you can make that announcement, and then we'll just agendize the 2 for reappointment. But the municipal code, the only reason we don't do that is because the municipal code does say that reappointments will not be automatic, and that incumbents have to go through the same process as everybody else. But with that said, it's the council's boards and commissions, and you can always choose to forgo those interviews.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It seems this is a lot of work, doing all these interviews and convening the council and publicizing this and doing
Absolutely.
outreach. So just always thinking of how we can consolidate this process when it's only a few months away. Okay, thank you.
Anthony, are both Maria and Kathy eligible for reappointment in June of 2021?
Both are eligible, yes. Kathy had at least 1 year period in which she stopped serving on the planning commission and went to the library board and came back.
Very good.
Got it. Thank you.
A year and a half.
Great.
Thank you. I wasn't sure about that.
All right.
Thank you, Lisa.
So
if the council wants to make your decision now, you can make your motion in second. Otherwise, we do have Doug for Measure J Commission in the waiting room for the interviews in 3 minutes.
I would like to make a motion to appoint Peter Maruzzi, Michael Hirschfein, and Scott Miller.
So I'm not sure if there are votes for that, or if that was the council's consensus. But do we want to formally do this by vote, or do you want to do it by consensus? I mean, there's a motion. We can see if there's a second and do it that way. But we can also vote by consensus too, right, City Clerk?
You could take a vote by consensus, but to finalize the appointments, let's do it by motion.
Okay. Well, I do want to throw out there then that in terms of selecting people, I don't think that we need to bar people who have served before by any means. But I also think that we spent a lot of time discussing how we want new residents and other residents to participate in this process. And I think that what we would be doing by overlooking an extremely qualified candidate is sending that message that we care more about the people that we already know and work with, and we don't care as much about what are new residents. Well, he's not even new; he's been here for some time. But what those new voices care about and want to participate in. I think that there's a little bit of it's easy to want to support the people that we know, and I think that I've been very impressed with Scott Miller, and I think that he deserves an opportunity.
I agree. I'd very much like to see him on the Planning Commission, and I think we do need to have new voices. And one thing that I always raise in doing these interviews is that we have a group of people who are already invested and participate and will jump when there's an opportunity. And then there's new folks who are trying to get in the door. And one thing I always raise is that once I've interviewed someone 3 times, we lose them, right? It really takes a special type of person with perseverance to even interview for a position for 3 times. And I think we lose a lot of people that way when we don't select them, and then we have people who we know will serve, who are already involved. So just thinking through the pipeline of candidates and how people, can get involved in the city. Obviously, Planning Commission is our arguably most important commission. And so, usually we have people who have served on other commissions or have a experience. But I do think that, I do support having new people as well. So, we informally did this. You made a motion, I seconded it. But I think if we do a roll call vote, I don't think we'll get there. Looking for the faces of the council members and the heads and the smiles, unless Grace, do you want to vote on that motion? I mean, I'm happy to have more discussion if that's what the council wants, Sure. Is there any further discussion?
I would like to have the opportunity to finish all of the interviews and discuss all of the different positions that we have before we make a decision where we have such a difficult decision to make between some extremely qualified individuals.
Thank you. I think that's really smart, especially because we're discussing an applicant who applied to 2 commissions. So we might want to do that all together. So thank you for the recommendation there. If that works for council, we'll have those as our deliberations, and then we'll decide at the end of all the interviews to make a final decision tonight, or to make it at a future public meeting. So if we want to proceed with our 5:30.
Thank you. And Kathy Wormick, the next 3 interviews are Measure J.
Right. And I don't think you need me back, right? Am I correct? I've said everything I need to say. So thank you very much for the opportunity to participate, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thanks, Kathy.
The next applicant is going to be Douglas Usdick, I think. Hi, Douglas.
Yes, how are you?
Good. We can hear you and you can hear us. I do want to let you know that the meeting is being broadcast on television, and just so you know. And Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Okay.
Doug,
okay.
Welcome. It's my opportunity on behalf of City Council to welcome you to this interview and to thank you first for your willingness to serve the people of Palm Springs. We truly appreciate it. We have about 15 minutes. We're going to go through some pattern questions, but we're going to provide you with an opportunity to ask us questions towards the end, as well as to add anything that we may have missed or forgotten.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Again, thank you for your willingness to serve. I'm going to start with asking Councilmember Woods to ask the first question.
Good afternoon, Douglas. So the first question is, what do you think the fundamental purpose and role of the Measure J Oversight Commission is?
Well, I have been in this city about 6.5 years and come to appreciate this city. I think the role of this commission is to build on the foundation we have here, to help our infrastructure be first class for all of our residents, guests, and visitors who come here, to be good stewards of the money that comes to us, and try to please the various neighborhood groups and work for the common good of this community.
Thank you.
Doug, as you've looked at the Measure J Commission, followed their work, what are some perspectives you feel are needed on the Measure J Commission, and what are areas where we can do better?
That's a good question. You know, we are doing very well with the downtown streets and making those, you know, very smooth and easy to get through and flow along well. I think our main thoroughfares of, you know, Ramon and Racket Club and East Palm Canyon are in good shape and very heavily trafficked, and that is good. The Sunrise Way. I think we're doing a very good job already being sure that our main thoroughfares are very in good shape and very accessible.
Okay. Next question will be Councilmember Garner.
Hi, Doug. My question for you is just kind of, can you give us a sense of your day-to-day in Palm Springs, the kind of public places that you frequent? And this can certainly be an answer that's based on pre-COVID.
Yes. Yes. I have become very active and involved in the city. And normally I would be a part of Village Fest on Thursday evenings. I also do volunteer work with the Desert AIDS Project Health. And so I go there almost every Thursday. So I'm going in that area. I do go downtown for coffee at Starbucks, as well as breakfast or something. So yes, I look forward to the International Film Festival coming back. Modernism, which is a wonderful event, which I have been involved in. So yes, normally I would be involved in many of these wonderful organizations and out in the city.
All right. Thank you. And the next question goes to Mayor Halsted.
Hi, it's nice to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you for coming back. I know we've interviewed before. So if our next question is why you want to serve on this commission. I know you've answered it a little bit, but if you could go into more depth.
My background is in finance and accounting and taxes. corporate taxes. And I have always been interested in finances and numbers and being sure that we're spending our dollars well and trying to prioritize whatever projects are most important for our city and our neighborhoods. And that is always a challenge. Yes, I think that it's necessary for us to be, good stewards of our money and work for the common good of the entire community, not just one neighborhood, but trying to bring the whole city together.
All right. Doug, are there questions that you would like to ask us? Anything that you would like to add?
No, I think this has been very helpful to me. During this time of COVID, I have been able to, via Zoom, attend some of the meetings. So I've been trying to keep up on what's going on. And I very much appreciate that.
Are there any other questions from council? Doug, again, thank you for your willingness to serve. We truly appreciate it. It's so very important to all of us in this city.
Great. And thank you very much for your time and have a good evening.
Thanks, Doug.
Mayor and Council, your next interview is at 5:45. If you want to take a 6-minute recess.
Yes, we'll recess for 6 minutes. Thank you. back from our recess and continue our interviews. Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
All the meeting back to order, and we will try to connect now with Mr. Marshall.
Hello, Mr. Mark Marshall. Still connecting to audio. Mr. Marshall, could you hear us? There we go. Mr. Marshall, you can hear us, right?
I can hear you.
And we can hear you. Just to let you know that the meeting is being broadcast live on television and our other streaming venues, just so you know that. And Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, off to you.
Mark, welcome. On behalf of the full City Council, it's my honor to welcome you to this interview and this process. We have about 15 minutes to go through the interview. We've got some pattern questions that we'll be asking, and we will also give you a chance to ask us any questions that you might have, as well as to fill in anything that we may have missed. But first and foremost, we want to thank you for your willingness to serve the people of Palm Springs. That is incredibly important, and we are so very fortunate for the talent that makes themselves available here in Palm Springs.
Palm Springs is lucky on that.
Yes. So with that, I would like to ask Councilmember Woods to ask the first question.
Okay.
Hi, Mark. Good evening. So the first one, it might be easy for you, but what is the purpose and role of Measure J Oversight Commission?
Well, the way I see it is exactly what it says in its name, is oversight, and to make sure that the money is spent as the citizens intended when we passed Measure J. Beyond that, I mean, there's a lot of moving wheels to that. I think it's important that we also interject, listen to the public, and give our thoughts, because I know the city and staff have their ideas how the money should be spent, and citizens have their ideas for how money should be spent, and it's finding that right balance.
Great, thank you.
Mark, as you have watched the Measure J Commission both presently and previously, what are the perspectives that are missing on the Measure J Commission? What are things that we can do better?
Oh boy. Having been on there, I think it operated pretty well. I think the key thing is making sure that the members of Measure J have a good working relationship with the council and with the city staff. I still think that somehow we need to communicate to the public better as to what Measure J is doing. I know we threw around joining the school district and putting out a flyer. They have a quarterly newsletter that they put out. If we could piggyback up on that, keep everybody aware of where this money is going, because I don't think the public is. And I think that's going to be key, because I'd really like to see us at some point get rid of the sunset clause.
And the next question is going to come from Councilmember Garner.
Hi, Mark.
Hi, Grace.
It's good to see you. My question is kind of about your day-to-day in Palm Springs. What are the kind of public spaces that you go to? Whereabouts in the city do you frequent? Just try to get a sense of where you go and how you enjoy Palm Springs. I mean,
well, when I take my dog to the dog park, actually, I have a pretty good area here. So just walking the city, and I like going downtown and seeing it being vibrant. I'm really looking forward to the new park. Yeah, I'm kind of an outdoor person. I mean, as far as that, the museum, I'm glad that we were supporters of the Architecture and Design Museum. And then my other thing is, I'm very involved with Mizell Senior Center, so that takes a lot of my time too. Well, not as much as it used to. I was board president. I'm just on the executive board now as past president.
Okay, thank you. And the next question will come from Mayor Holstich.
Hi, nice to see you. Thank you for all that you've done for the city. The next question that we're asking all applicants is, why do you want to serve on this commission?
Well, several reasons. One, I enjoyed it, but I turned out. So this is an opportunity. Also, my dear friend Dan Lass, who was on there, passed away, as you know, and he kept me pretty much apprised. And I feel my experience was help give some leadership, a stronger leadership than I think they've been experiencing by what I have gathered. And of course, I just have an interest in what the city is doing and having my input as to where we should be spending that money and making sure the citizens are well represented. As you know, it's always a balancing act with what the city needs in capital improvements and what the public wants.
Great. Are there any other questions from council? Mark, do you have any questions for us?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Anything that you would like to add?
Well, I am going to add that I'm really glad that the council went forward with the downtown park because that's what we intended. And I think it had been wrong to cut that back. So I was very proud to see that. And that's a good example of listening to what Measure J has. I'm going to give you another little story real quick, just from my background. I think the commission has to be strong in the sense of back when Mayor Prunier did not want to do the median leading to the airport on Tucker's Canyon. And it took us 3 times to push that through to city council before it happened. And I think it was a great addition. So again, I guess that's one of the things I think that the commission needs to be forthright and forceful on some issues.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
That's going to conclude the interview, Mark, and we really truly appreciate your previous service and your willingness to serve again.
You bet. It'll be my pleasure. Thanks.
And we do have Stan Bishop available, and I'll admit him into the meeting room now. Hello, Stan. Hello, Stan Bishop.
Yes.
We can hear you and you can hear us. I do want to let you know that the meeting is being broadcast live on television and our other streaming venues. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Stan, welcome. On behalf of the entire City Council, we want to thank you for your willingness to serve the people of Palm Springs. It's incredibly important to us, and we're blessed with so many incredible people who are willing to serve. We have about a 15-minute interview. We've got some pattern questions that we're going to ask, and then we will give you time to ask us questions and to add anything that we may have missed that you believe is important that we know. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Woods to ask the first question.
Thank you.
Hi, Stan. The first question is, what do you think the role and purpose of the Measure J Oversight Commission is?
Well, as I understand it, it's really to focus on fiscal accountability for to help the city council with, you know, the audits, oversee and monitor expenditures. And I guess there's a yearly audit that needs to be done. They oversee that, and then recommendations to the city council as part of the budget, overall budget process.
Stan, as you have watched the Measure J Commission over the past few years and watched the present, what are the perspectives that you believe are missing on the Measure J Commission? What are areas where you believe we can do better?
I think it might be a little more standardization of purchases that are done by the city. We did a lot of project management for Kaiser. I'm a nurse, a professional nurse and manager, and I managed some big projects. And so my background has that, where you always want to standardize what you're doing to keep the costs consistent and have a good budget outlay. So you know everything from floor tile to sinks to paving the roads. As long as trying to keep that more standardized really helps to control the costs.
Okay. And is there anything you wanted to add specific to Palm Springs?
I was concerned, I guess, because I do, go to the parks, have a little dog, and I'm kind of concerned. Some of the different parks have different things that they're doing, but it doesn't seem to be as consistent with the projects. In other words, let's just take the tennis courts or whatever, the condition of certain parts of the park is not real consistent. So I'm not sure how the Measure J money is being used to do the upkeep part of it. And it's been like so many years before things were starting to, the city just didn't have the money to do it. So now we're trying to be consistent with the way we're doing the upgrades and the renovations. I think that's a big part.
Okay. The next question is going to be asked by Councilmember Garner.
Hi, Stan. I know we've emailed back and forth, so it's good to be here with you. So my question for you is just kind of about your day-to-day in Palm Springs and the different public places and things that you use in our city. And so feel free to answer this as if it were pre-COVID, if that's easier for you.
Well, like I said before, we were doing using the parks quite a bit, the dog park, and I'm also doing walks for exercise. So that's a pretty big part of it. The library, we were looking at that in that area where the Mizell Center is. There's a lot of activity going on there, so we do utilize that a lot. And we don't do a lot of hiking. We were doing some hiking in kind of in the trails area outside of the city. And that's about it, I think.
And the next question is going to be asked by Mayor Halstich.
Hi, thank you for being here with us tonight. The next question is, why do you want to serve on this commission?
Well, I feel like I have the background to use my expertise in doing the things that the commission is involved in to kind of help, especially with the fiscal park audits. I'm the now treasurer of our homeowners association, so really familiar with that sort of thing, and also doing project management, knowing what it takes to go into that, And of course, trying to keep an overall goal in mind for the city to improve it as a whole. I think that's really important.
Stan, are there questions that you would like to ask us?
I was just looking at the last minutes and whatnot on what's going on. I couldn't find out, or it wasn't apparent to me from looking at the minutes, what the downtown the whole project's going on. I know there's a big thing about the Maryland statue and all that going on, and they started the park and whatnot, but I couldn't tell, was there like an end part to that? Or I know that it's been a long time coming. I'm trying to kind of see what other resources are going to be used for that.
The downtown park is under construction. We actually closed Museum Way recently to move forward with that construction, and we I don't at top of mind, maybe one of my colleagues does have the estimated completion date, but we're pleased that they're back and really active with that downtown park, and it's going to be an outstanding addition to our city.
Yeah, I agree. I don't have anything else in particular.
Okay. Is there anything else that you would like to add?
Only that I'm very interested in doing this, working, being part of the city, even on a volunteer basis. And I think I can offer a lot to that group as a whole.
Stan, we really appreciate your willingness to serve, and it's so incredibly important to our city that our residents are willing to step up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor and Council, we do have Travis Armstrong. He's going to be joining us by phone. And I'll admit him to the room now. Hello, Travis Armstrong.
Yes.
Okay, we can hear you and you can hear us. I do want to let you know that the meeting is being broadcast on television and our other streaming venues. And with that, I'll hand it off to Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Thank you, Travis. We really appreciate your willingness to serve the people of Palm Springs. We have about 15 minutes for the interview. We're going to ask you a set of patterned questions. And then before the interview is over, we're going to give you an opportunity to ask us any questions that you may have, as well as to add anything that you think we may have missed that's important for us to know. But again, thank you for your willingness to serve and for your past service on the Parks and Recreation Commission. With that, I will ask Councilmember Woods to ask the first question.
Hi, Travis. The first question is, what do you think the purpose and role of the Historic Site Preservation Board is?
Well, can you hear me? I'm sorry. I just found out that I was going to have the interview at 2 today, and I wasn't in Palm Springs, so I had to pull over on my car to get this. So I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you very
but
well.
Your question, okay. Your question is, what do I think the role of the board is? Is that what you're asking?
That's correct.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first part of that answer is to look at, what past councils and the people of Palm Springs and their wisdom decided that the board should be. And the board, was to recognize, I believe, and celebrate and steward our historic properties, but not just historic properties as many people see them today, but it includes our natural resources, our ecology. It includes our archaeological resources. The history of Palm Springs started way before 1938 when people voted for cityhood. And so I think the council in its wisdom set up the Historic Sites Preservation Board to celebrate and preserve all sorts of aspects of our common history in the city. And then you look at the mission statement, if you will, when the board began, it talks about historic properties, archaeology, historic resources, architectural resources, and things like that. And so I think the board, under the council's direction, is to look at these and have criteria what is worthy of protection. And unfortunately, some things may not be, given the certain circumstances.
Thank you, Travis. The next question we have is, as you look at the Historic Site Preservation Board, both today and in the past, what are the perspectives you think are missing? What are the areas where you feel we can do better?
Sure. Well, I mean, I'm going to speak really blunt, and I know this is recorded. I think right now, and in the recent past, one of the problems with our board, or challenges of the board, is that it represents a particular viewpoint in the Palm Springs community. And I think that viewpoint is super valuable and important. But like I said, when we talk about historic properties and historic structures, or cultural resources, archaeological resources, there's a broad definition of what's important. And I think, unfortunately, the city has not diversified the board to what it should. If you go back to the first question that you had about who should be on the board and the types of expertise and diversity that the board should have. Now, everyone believes, that we should protect resources that are deemed historic, that have significance and integrity. But the board has a lot of sway in the community about, what we see as important as a community, and to tell our story as a community. So I'm hoping, whatever happens with this interview, that the city council will look at the board and how it is representing various viewpoints in the community, and how we view history, how other people view history. History is a lot of different things, and it is our story. And I think the board lacks diversity in expertise, and also diversity in people's ethnic backgrounds.
Thank you. The next question is going to come from Councilmember Garner.
Hi, Travis. My question is just if you can give us some more details about your experience and how you think your experience will benefit the board.
Sure. First, I would like to address my specific experience with the city of Palm Springs. I've been a resident and homeowner since 2009 of the city, and I've been on numerous different boards of the city. I've been on the Sustainability Commission. On my second term as Parks and Recreation Commissioner, I was asked by the city, and through a special resolution of the City Council, to serve as the Vice Chair of the Rent Review Commission when the city needed to hold a hearing. So I was both on another commission and the Rent Review Commission at that time. And I also served on the Water Conservation and Drought Emergency Task Force, including on the Ordinance Committee, helping to write 2 ordinances with planning commissioners. And I do believe, the Historic Sites Board is one of the very important, not that all our boards aren't really important, but this is obviously is a very important board, as witnessed by that the whole council was interviewing candidates for that. I do believe, that people should serve the city and give back to the city. And so for the last 8 years, I feel like I've been preparing for this position. I've devoted hundreds and hundreds of hours to the city on the commission, on the various commissions, and I do think that that's great preparation for the rigors of the Historic Sites Preservation Board, which, in my opinion, is sort of an elevated board and commission. So I think if you look at my experience and dedication to the city, that's sort of a compelling factor about why I'm qualified for it. But secondly, I have a professional background in historic preservation and cultural resources. I have a law degree from UCLA Law, where I studied historic preservation laws. I have a degree in anthropology, a master's degree from Temple University, and I have from Cal State San Bernardino. I have I'll be graduating in May with a degree in applied archaeology As part of that, I worked with my own tribe back in Minnesota on 1800s and 1900s historical archaeology in the Superior National Forest in hopes that I'll be writing a National Register nomination. It will be the first traditional cultural property of the Ojibwe people in northern Minnesota. Presently, I work for the state of California. I'm an archaeologist, state associate archaeologist for the Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, better known as CAL FIRE. Some of the associate state archaeologists for the southern region of California. I do a lot of work on pre-fires and also during fires. And if you know much about CAL FIRE, it's a large department, but there are only 6 archaeologists right now for the entire state of California. And archaeologists are charged not just with prehistoric cultural resources, but historic properties and historic structures. So that can mean during a wildfire, making very fast decisions about significance and integrity of historic properties and historic structures for not just preservation, but whether they're going to be destroyed or severely damaged in fires. In addition to historic cultural resources and tribal cultural resources that people traditionally think of archaeologists. Prior to that, I was a tribal historic preservation officer for a local tribal government called THPOs. You may have heard of SHPOs. Those are state historic preservation officers. So THPOs have delegation authority from the SHPO for making significance and integrity determinations under the National Register on trust lands. Also, in terms of THPO duties, is consultation, advocating for historic properties and historic structures. The government I worked for had traditional territories in most of Riverside and San Bernardino County. And as you may know, under Cultural Resources Law, part of CEQA, consultation is required. And so I've engaged in hundreds, actually thousands of consultations under AB 52, SB 18, CEQA, NEPA, NAGPRA, Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act. And that includes writing mitigation to protect cultural properties and historic properties, historic structures. And at times, making judgments that it didn't live up to, unfortunately, the criteria set forth in the law. I've also attended seminars and given presentations for the California Historic Preservation Society, California Society of Archaeologists. Before that, being a tribal historic preservation officer, I was a consulting archaeologist for a local tribe. I've also worked as a Native American tribal monitor for in Palm Springs. So I've been on scores and scores of construction projects in Palm Springs and throughout the Coachella Valley, watching out for cultural resources, tribal cultural resources, and historic resources. So you're having the firsthand, like you're literally in the trenches with bulldozers and excavators to see what construction can do on these sites and the dangers it can pose to historic properties that may not be readily seen, when planning department writes its staff reports. In addition to that, for 5 years, I wrote a series on the historic leadership of the local Cahuilla for a magazine that was edited by Palm Springs Life. So my series went from creation through the 1800s, 1900s, and through today, giving me insights in the development of Palm Springs that I think I could bring to the Historic Sites Preservation Board. I'm sure I'm forgetting some things, but that's the gist of it.
Thank you. The next question goes to Mayor Holstich.
Thank you, Travis. And as someone with an anthropology degree who did not do all of those things with it, thank you for sharing your impressive background. And our next question was submitted by HSPB themselves. And the question is, how do you balance, how does a city like Palm Springs balance development, redevelopment with historic preservation?
I'm sure. I mean, that's kind of a wide-ranging question and kind of a loaded question in a way. I mean, you know, I have a degree from UCLA Law. I'm not a professional lawyer, but I do believe in precedent. I do believe in following history in terms of how the city has approached different projects. So it's important, I think, for board members to be well-versed in that, not radically do things different. And if they want to do things radically different, to make cases why the system and structure should change, you know. Fortunately, our environmental laws and historic preservation laws actually answered that question to a certain degree, although, you know, people would argue they are objective. There's also a lot of subjectivity into them, but you have to back up your subjective arguments, you know, with objective facts. So why is something, you know, important? Why is something significant? And I think often when you talk about, you know, say a structure that built in 1920, we may all say, hey, that's something we should protect. But in under the law, it's really not a historic resource per se, unless we can make determinations and arguments and judgments and interpretations why it has significance. And so I think to answer that question is you have to look at things that have significance and be able to actually advocate and back it up why it's important to preserve it. I mean, I'd love to preserve everything, but I think, you know, that's not fair to, you know, other parts of our community. We have to have facts and we have to have ideas that we can support to why we would say, you can't tear this down. You can't do this. Well, why? What is significant about it? And it can't be kind of circular arguments. It has to be real arguments. And that's where kind of the hard work comes in. You know, often when you're looking even at National Register nominations, I go back to that circular kind of argument. It's, you know, it's important because it's important, basically, without actually backing up what the importance is, you know. Now those are national laws and you have also California laws, but we need to actually kind of look at what kinds of codes and regulations reflect, you know, Palm Springs as a community as well, you know, and writing our own laws for the future.
All right, Travis, are there questions that you have for us or anything that you would like to add?
Yeah, I'd just like to add, you know, I'm very interested in this board. Obviously, I've been on other boards. I'm on the Parks and Recreation Commission. I do think there's a record of commissioners leaving one commission to another board. And in fact, I have experience where city council people have asked people to leave one board for another. So I hope that you will look at that, you know, when you're, I know you have a lot of qualified applicants for this position. You know, I first started working when I was in high school, a foundation, now it's called the Target Foundation, but back then in Minnesota it was the Dayton Hudson Foundation, started a program for inner city disadvantaged youth. You know, I'm a first generation college student in my family, and our project was to start a local historical society, local history project, where we interviewed, you know, elders in the community and try to recreate a community that had been destroyed in a flood of Mississippi River. And so I believe that one of the things that we can do better as a city and also as the board is to tell that story of Palm Springs through history and look at what the education component of the board is, because it is there that there is a real education component. Lastly, I do want to talk about diversity. I'm an enrolled member of a federally recognized tribe. To my knowledge, I am the only federally recognized tribal member serving on the board or commission. If I'm not, certainly in the last 8 years, I often was the only one. I do think that, you know, the city talks a lot about reaching out and diversifying these boards and commissions. And I'm glad that you guys actually gave me a space on today's agenda to talk about it. But when you look at Palm Springs, you know, we have this art exhibit when you come into the city that's just Indian land. If you go on Facebook, on some of the Palm Springs centered Facebook pages, you'll see, you know, the hostility and bigotry toward Native people in Palm Springs. It still exists. And I take seriously, not that I can say I can represent, you know, all Native people in this community, but I am an enrolled member of Federally Recognized Tribe. And I do believe it's vitally important for this board to have that voice, particularly given the history of Palm Springs. So I hope that you would take that into consideration, that added value that I could bring to the board that I don't think any of your other applicants can bring.
Are there any other? Thank you, Travis. I really appreciate that. Are there any other questions from council? Travis, is there anything else you would like to add?
No, I could go on. You know, I don't like talking about myself. I could say some other things, but it makes me uncomfortable even just to talk as much about myself as I have. So I'll leave it at that. You all have my my application, some of my other kind of experience and other volunteer and civic duties I've done in Palm Springs. But I thank you for the opportunity, and I also thank the subcommittee. I know you reviewed these applicants and for allowing me a chance to talk directly to you. I really appreciate that.
Thank you. That since we can't see you, we'll just have to say that does conclude the interview, and we appreciate you got by the side of the road.
Okay, thank you very much.
Madam Mayor and City Council, that does conclude all your interviews for today, and it's back in your court.
Thank you. So I know we've had 4.5 hours of interviews straight, really, with no real breaks. How are we feeling? Do you want to make a decision on any of these tonight, right now? Do you want to agendize that for a future council meeting or other meeting?
I might suggest taking a break and then trying to make a decision while everything is fresh in our minds. You know, the notes and everything that I have are fresh, but I don't know where everyone else is standing.
Do we need a break if we're going to continue through, or can we? I'd like to.
I mean, if we're going to continue through, I'd rather just do it now.
Yeah.
Than take, a half hour and extend this.
Okay.
But that's just me.
So I would like to continue if we're gonna try to finish tonight, which I'm happy to do.
Okay, so we'll push through. Do you want to start with HSPB?
Yep.
We have Dick here. Thank you for all of your work. I do wish we could keep you also. You've done an incredible job.
Thank you. Gonna feel strange. Really feel strange.
I know, it's been a long time. So I don't know if you want to give us input about what you think that the board needs and what you're looking for, and give us some insight into the applicants, or who you think might be a good fit, or what skills might be needed, or background.
Right. Okay, shall I do that now?
That'd be great.
All right. So we have some very interesting applicants. When you think about it, I'm very pleased with the quality of several of these that we've interviewed. I can give you some input and where I'm coming from, narrowing it down to 2, which is really difficult. I've narrowed it down to 3, actually, after listening to Travis. But I think by far the most knowledgeable and brings the broad perspective is Janet Hansen. And I've watched her be on every board meeting that we've had, as she's mentioned, since the fall. And her background would bring a fresh new perspective, and her level of knowledge and the diversity of her knowledge as well. She hasn't lived in Palm Springs as long as the other applicants have. That's true. But I do think that we really need somebody with her integrity level coming on the board. She would really add a great deal of depth. And then with Stephen Keelan, he mentioned about his landscape architecture. It's really Stephen, when he came on the scene, that encouraged the board to really take a harder look at considering landscape when we are looking at a nomination. I didn't hear too much about it before Stephen came to the city. And the work that he's done through the city, and particularly with PSPF, has really been outstanding. Again, his knowledge, his background, and I love the fact that he said you can't save everything, and that there's a balance, because I know Stephen is one of those who's pretty much a pretty strict in his thinking about properties being preserved. So I was happy to hear him talk about the fact that you can't save everything. And I think that's important, because you can't, or I don't think it would be wise for us to do, and put it that way. But having those two on this board, I got to tell you, I would feel extremely comfortable about leaving. And then, as I mentioned, with Catherine Hupp, who's been my vice chair, again, her knowledge of Palm Springs, I mean, she worked at the museum for 40 years. I know we're not discussing Catherine, but I'm just thinking of going forward and what the board's composite's going to be like. And I do worry about it, because I think, we've really come a long way within the board, and being much more active throughout the community. And as you know, that's why, it was a passion for me to start Preservation Matters, this is their 7th year. So I think that those are pretty much my overall comments. It was very intriguing to hear Travis, which I really had not known about Travis again. And again, the other diversity factor that brings is really quite interesting. And the good thing is that there will be, in a few months, there's going to be openings for 2 more people. One's an incumbent, and the other will be terming out. So, so anyway, that's pretty much my summation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate your expertise here, your leadership. Comments and discussion from council or recommendations?
Just to add, obviously we had, again, an overabundance of qualified applicants. Although I don't think it's probably a legal conflict with our policies, but I think having two folks who are active members of the board of the Preservation Foundation that does so many of the applicants, which was brought up by one of the applicants, is just something we should all think about. And just thinking about getting diversity of opinion and views, I think is important on here as well. One of the things I liked just on other people, and I like both people Dick talked about, but I thought that, Scott Miller really talked about, a broader sense, as a Travis, a broader view of it. I think there's some sense that we're very mid-century focused, and I know that's not the case, but, really thinking about, older Spanish buildings and reuse that I thought was really interesting. I think Stephen Rose, having served in another city on this and, having really done such first-rate restorations, brings just a different perspective as well. So again, it's one of those challenges of having so many qualified people. I just want to pull up our lists. The one I was sort of most convinced on as we looked at it was Janet Hansen. I just think her, her work at the state level and just brought some things that would be a real benefit, and her work at the staff level in Riverside, that just stood out as an addition, right? We have a lot of really great people on this who will be staying. So just some thoughts, not a recommendation. Sorry, Mayor.
So I was as well incredibly impressed with the field that we have to choose from. This is very difficult. There's some really extremely strong people. Janet Hansen strikes me as just someone who is of extraordinary gifts in this area, and we're just really lucky to have someone like her move into our city. So I had her. I've always been impressed with every piece of work that Stephen Kalon has done. Everything he sends to us is top notch. But I was also quite impressed with Scott Miller in every interview that we've had with him. And while Planning Commission was his first choice, it's not unusual for individuals to serve somewhere else before serving on the Planning Commission. And I think his breadth of experience in zoning and other areas would be very helpful to HSPB. And I think that I would like to see him appointed to HSPB. We will have in June, in just a few months, a vacancy of an incumbent that can't be reappointed, and Linda Dixon. And she's another individual who's brought great passion and experience, having served previously as a city council member in Costa Mesa. So this is an incredibly important body, and the work that they do has significance in our town.
Thank you. Other thoughts?
I agree with Dick in terms of the three people he mentioned, Janet, Stephen, and Travis. I thought that they all had unique things that they brought, and seemed like they would be the best fit for this commission. I still feel that Scott Miller is a much better appointment for Planning Commission than Historic Site Preservation. I think he'd obviously be great no matter where he was placed, but I do think that it's still better for planning, especially because I think we have three really qualified candidates for HSPB that I think would be wonderful appointments. For me, I'm kind of between Stephen and Travis in terms of who that second person would be, but it sounds like maybe Janet would be someone that the majority may already be on the same page about.
I also really support appointing Janet. So is there consensus around that? And then we can talk about the second choice, or I know, Dennis, we haven't heard from you yet.
No, my first choice was Janet as well. I thought just her breadth of experience and the fact that she sat on both sides and she's run commissions and been on commissions, I thought it would be an absolute asset to us. As far as the second person goes, I'd hate to lose Scott Miller, and I think he'd be great here. I think he brings a great perspective. But if we can't get Scott here, then Stephen Kalon, I think I just repeat Mayor Pro Tem's gratitude to Stephen and what he's done for us so far in writing up everything. So Those are my three kind of choices.
Thank you. And I'll ask the city clerk again, because it still doesn't quite make sense to me to do all of this in April and we have appointments to make in June, and we have enough people maybe right now to fill those spots. So how would that work here?
Yeah.
Because we have a incumbent who's not eligible for a reappointment, right?
Yeah, so typically those terms expire in June, and we would, if this was a normal year, we would be doing these interviews in May and June for appointments to commence on July 1st. And that's why we've kept those who expired technically last June separate from these interviews. And that also gives us some more time to do outreach. And during these interviews, it made me think, and I've already reached out to TZOC to do some, TZOC Dazalan, our consultant, to do some outreach in all venues of social media. So I do think you may be getting some new applications. Don't know which boards and commissions they'll be applying for between now and the next round of interviews. I think I answered your question, but I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense. And I do support doing more outreach. I think that we need diversity of thought and diversity of backgrounds on all of our boards and commissions. I think that's really important. And we have such great applicants right now here to discuss. So I heard consensus around Janet. Dick, did you have more to add?
Dick, she was calling on you.
I'm sorry?
Oh, did you have your hand up? It looked like you had your hand up.
Yes, I do. I just wanted to mention that I agree with you. It would be great. We've got so many great applicants right now. The only thing about that, I think it would be a disservice to Catherine. If we'd had her in here now, it would have been one thing. But anyway, that's my only thought about that. But
Sure. Yeah, I was just asking if we had the opportunity. So it sounds like we will appoint the two positions now. So we have consensus around Janet, and then we need to pick the second one. There's debate around Scott and placing him maybe here or Planning Commission. It looked like there was probably, majority had decided for Planning Commission. So how do you want to proceed? Do you want to discuss that or just finalize the HSPB appointment?
I think we need to discuss Scott because I think that, he really can fit into both very well. He has a preference. He said, one of the council members asked that he had a preference, and he did prefer Planning Commission. But, he's also done historic preservation work, and his answers were good. So I think we need to discuss where we want to place him, and that will help us with the other decisions. And I think that he would be great on HSPB to start with. But I also understand Councilmember Gardner that, he'd be great in Planning Commission, as I said originally. So I'm a bit torn, and I'll listen to what my colleagues have to say.
I'm sure I stand by my original statement about why I think Scott should be on Planning Commission. So I mean, I don't have anything else to add on that, just that I think that it's important for us to have different people on our commissions, and especially on these boards that we choose altogether, because I think it sends a message to the community about what we're looking for. And it's what I hear often from community members is that they don't want to even apply to things sometimes because they think the council is already going to be doing something a certain way, that the council already has their ideas and that they're not one of them. And so I think when people are appointed who are different and new, especially when they already have the experience that we're looking for, then it sends this message that we're open to those other people, which is why I think it would be a really strong thing for us to do as a council.
Thank you. So Thank you for your comments. I appreciate that. So looking and seeing where I saw nods and where I think everyone's at, I might recommend adding Scott to HSBB, because I think his experience will be important there, and it brings a different perspective, as well as Janet, because I think that there was support to add JR to that second spot on Planning Commission, if that's where everyone is, or if you want more. That's what I'm trying to summarize, is where the majority of the council is. Does that sound right to you, or do you want further discussion?
Yeah, everything that's been said, we all feel very strongly about finding the right people, and this is one of those blessings that we have in Palm Springs, that we have so many incredibly talented individuals. But my conclusion is still the same. I would like very much to get Scott Miller appointed, and I think HSPB is a great place to start. And when we do get back to the Planning Commission, I'm going to support J.R. Roberts for that third position. What he's contributed to the city is incredible, and the passion he would bring to Planning Commission and the experience, I think, is incredibly important.
Thank you. Is that where the rest of the council is as well? Sorry, in the interest of time, I know we could state all of these amazing applicants. I mean, we could speak for 30 minutes on each one. And, I said Scott and Janet, but obviously there's so many great applicants for HSPB. But Councilmember Quartz.
No, I'm in agreement and on that, and with what Mayor Pro Tem Middleton said. I appreciate Councilmember Garner's points as well. And but in the case of planning, I just feel that, and for somewhat different reasons than Mayor Pro Tem, but I think someone who was on council and had that kind of community input, having run citywide and heard the concerns, especially on housing and other issues, I'm sort of in the same place. So I think Scott and Janet for HSPB. Knowing we have another position later, and we have, Travis was really strong, Steve was strong, so we have, again, more good candidates than we have positions for at the moment.
And just if we can about Travis, I think he's an excellent candidate. I really appreciate his experience. It has been the policy, at least the informal policy of the city council and past, not to appoint typically people who are currently serving on a commission to take them away from another commission. That has happened sometimes, but it is rare because we like to keep people on those commissions. But I do think that he's really strong, and I would like to see his background on HSPB. And I'm wondering if it sounds like we have him and a few others to consider for the appointments in a few months. Okay, so I'm hearing consensus I'm hearing a majority on Janet and Scott for HSPB. Is that right? City Clerk, do you need a vote?
I do need a vote. So if somebody wants to make a motion.
So I'll make that motion.
Great.
One second.
Great.
The motion and second. Is there any further discussion?
Wait, but so my only thing is, I just want to happy to approve these candidates, but I also want to maintain my very strong objection to what we're doing. So I don't know. I just want that on the record.
Councilmember Garner, could you please kind of just restate what that issue is, and then that will get reflected in the record?
Sure. So I'm fully in support of Janet Hansen, and I firmly think that Scott Miller should be given the opportunity to serve on Planning Commission. But obviously, I don't oppose him being appointed to HSPB.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
I'll have a roll call vote.
Mayor Holstich?
Yes.
Councilmember Kors?
Yes.
Councilmember Gardner?
Yes.
Councilmember Woods?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton? I'm sorry.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0 to appoint Janet Hanson and Scott Miller to the Historic Site Preservation Board for terms ending June 30th, 2023 for both of them.
Thank you. And for the city clerk, what council meeting will that go to? No, this is the final approval. So when will they begin? When will they be notified and when will they begin?
So tomorrow they'll be notified, and then we'll schedule their oath of office, and then if they're ready to participate for the very next council or for their next meeting, they'll be allowed to do that. If they prefer to wait, then Mr. Burkett will continue to serve until that position is completely filled.
Thank you. When is that next meeting?
April the 6th.
Thank you. Just if they're following along, they might want to save that date. Okay, so then it sounds like we are on Planning Commission, that we have consensus over, or we have majority support for what we just discussed, which would be the two reappointing the two incumbents, and then also appointing J.R. Roberts.
Should I leave?
Yeah.
You are excused. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Yeah,
Thanks,
I
Dave.
applaud your decision. I'm really happy. This was a tough one. I got to tell you, it's really, really tough. And then, Anthony, if you would just let me know about how, so I know what to say in April and what to do in April, because it's going to be coming up really soon. I appreciate it. Okay, thanks so much, everybody.
Yeah, what an interesting position to have, like the preeminent experts in preservation here in Palm Springs, and to have to select between so many of them. So thank you for all your work to get us here.
Thank you. Okay, bye-bye.
So for Planning Commission, I just summarized what the council's discussion was. So I'll make a motion for reappointing the two incumbents and then appointing J.R. Roberts to the third vacancy. We have to decide, there are two vacancies that end in 2023 and one that ends in 2024. So I might propose the two incumbents to those two equal terms to 2023, and then J.R. Roberts to the term of 2024.
Wait, I still have comments about our vacancy.
Okay, so let's do a motion, and then we'll do a second, and then I'll ask if there's further discussion. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by one of you. Okay, now further discussion. Councilmember Garner. I'm sorry, it's been a long, how many hours are we at with no breaks? So we're just getting through this and want to make a good decision, but that's why I'm short with you. Go ahead.
So if we're not putting Scott in this position, for me, my second option would be Lynn. Because I think he brings a lot of great experience that we heard our planning director and our current chair talking about and wanting on that commission. So that's the only reason I want to raise that, is because I think that is that would be the second choice for me.
Thank you. Any other discussion, comments on that?
Lynn's an outstanding choice if we didn't have JR.
It's so hard for all the even applicants, and I apologize for not talking about you each individually. Like I said, you each deserve, 30 minutes of discussion about how great you are. And we just have a difficult position of, only picking really one spot here that isn't incumbent. So other discussion, or do we want to do the vote?
I'm good with the vote.
Councilmember Garner, you could make an alternative motion if you wanted to turn that into action.
I guess I'm more interested in voting separately.
Okay, so we'll take
just to acknowledge those differences.
Sure. So I'll make a motion to appoint the two incumbents for the terms expiring in 2023.
No one's going to second. Mayor Pro Tem, do you want to second?
Grace will second, and then we'll take a roll call vote.
Mayor Holstich,
Yes.
Councilmember Garner,
Yes.
Councilmember Kors,
Yes.
Councilmember Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0 to appoint Peter Maruzzi and Michael Hirschbein to the terms expiring June 30th, 2023.
Thank you. Now for the third seat with someone, I know the motion was to appoint J.R. Roberts to the term expiring June 30th, 2024. So I'll make that motion. And it looks like Councilmember Kors.
Sure, yes. I'll second.
The second. So we'll have a roll call vote.
Mayor Holstich,
Yes.
Councilmember Kors,
Yes.
Councilmember Garner,
No.
Councilmember Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton.
Aye.
Motion passes 4 to 1 to
Thank
appoint J.R. Roberts to a term expiring June 30th, 2024.
Thank you. So City Clerk, if you could detail the process for them as well. So when they'll be notified, when they could begin, what the next meeting is.
So they'll be notified tomorrow of their appointment. We'll schedule their oath of office and let's see, their commission meeting. They held their meeting for March, and so their next meeting will be April. We should have plenty of time to get them scheduled. And they meet on the second and fourth Wednesdays of each month at 5:30.
Thank you. So now we are at Measure J. So I know that there are 2 current members. They have expiring terms, but they're eligible for reappointment, right, Anthony?
Yes, so we have
Okay.
2 incumbents eligible for reappointment, and then we also have 3 vacant positions.
Thank you. So council discussion.
Interest of time, I would like to recommend that we reappoint Sid Craig and Jim Kazan as incumbents, and then have a discussion regarding the remaining 3 individuals.
I would second that, and we just have to decide which terms.
And for the incumbents, because their terms expired last June of 2020, it would be appropriate for them to be appointed to the June 30th, 2023 slots.
That's what I was going to suggest. So,
Perfect.
yeah.
So there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll have a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton,
Aye.
Councilmember Kors,
Yes.
Councilmember Garner,
Yes.
Councilmember Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Holstich.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 to appoint the incumbents, Sid Craig and Jim Kazan, to terms ending June 30th, 2023.
Thank you. So now we have 3 vacancies, one expiring 2022, one expiring 2023, and one expiring June 30th, 2024.
Nice.
So is there discussion there from council?
Yeah. Mayor, if I could, I will. So a couple things, and because I liked all 3 of them, and they all, I think, volunteer and they're engaged. Unlike the other 2 where there's not the same expertise issue, and I think you mentioned that, I think it was Councilmember Garner, it's so long ago, mentioned this at the beginning. I'm concerned because this is, a big focus of the commission under our current setup is to focus on the community-based projects, that it would be really good to have more outreach before we make decisions on this, and have a little more. I almost want to re-see the resumes of the people who are staying on. Just like, what's the full package we're looking at to make sure we have people, who have different experiences using city facilities. And so I'm not sure we should move forward with those now if we don't need to. But I just want to throw that out, at least for other people's thoughts.
Thank you. Other thoughts?
I found Mark Marshall highly qualified, and I found his answers, on target, and he has some experience there. And I hate to see us have a ton of vacancies on a commission go too long. So, I might, if we want to have more, if we want to do more outreach, I think that's great. But I just think at least appointing one of the people might be important, and I might suggest Mark Marshall.
I would concur with Councilmember Woods. I thought Mark provides incredibly strong financial background, but I would support deferring a decision on the other two appointments and engaging in more community outreach.
Thank you. Other discussion? Or was that a motion and a second?
So moved. I'll second.
I will second.
So there's a motion and a second, and that was to, sorry, I'm looking at my list here, reappoint Sid Craig and Jim Gazan, and then to the terms ending in June 30th, 2023, and then to appoint Mark Marshall to a term. Do you want to do that to 2024? Or the 2023 term or the 2022 term? I'll look to Dennis, Councilmember Woods, who is the maker of the motion.
Why don't we do it to 2024? No.
Is that right with Mayor Pro Tem Middleton?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there's a motion and second. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, we'll have a vote.
Councilmember Woods?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton?
Aye.
Councilmember Garner?
Yes.
Councilmember Kors? I'm sorry, you're on mute.
I was thinking. Yes.
And Mayor Holstedge?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 to appoint Mark Marshall to the Measure J Commission for a term ending June 30th, 2024.
Thank you. Sorry, we had already done the other two. It's been a long day here on Zoom. Okay, so, and I support keeping some of the slots open and doing outreach. We have really good applicants today, but we have only male applicants, and we have a majority male board. There's only 2 women on this board, and so I think and there's other, obviously, diversity, backgrounds and factors that we need on this board. So it's more representative of our community. So for that reason, I support, even though it's difficult not to appoint people who are applying right now, support doing more outreach and getting, other applicants as well. So with that, do you need anything else from us, City Clerk?
No, I have everything I need.
Thank you. So I think our Mayor Pro Tem will adjourn the meeting for us here.
All right. I will be happy to adjourn this meeting and thank my colleagues for their work, and most importantly, thank all of the individuals who stepped forward willing to serve the city of Palm Springs and the people of Palm Springs.
Thank you all. Have a great night.